And eons ago, we used to record a podcast, and we have returned to that era. Hi.
We used to do that weekly. Did you remember
We
that?
discovered the archives, and we're here to continue their legacy of the people who used to record it.
We have replicated their voices and personalities. I am AI automaton Willer, and with my fellow friends, and we're here to talk about some things. Joe, we never did this weekly. That's too much.
We did it at one point. We did it for like 2 months. We were doing it weekly.
Damn, for real?
No way. It was like 2 weeks. It was bi-weekly at most.
We were doing it pretty consistently at one point. Anyways, I'm Archmagos J03 L0Y-P.
Okay. Yes. Anyways, it was weekly because we would talk. Because it was weekly, we would get to talk about like exactly 3 things, and one of them was always One Piece. Because that's what Bradley was doing, and the other was Worm. So, like, there was maybe two other things going on. Man, Bradley, I was just thinking the other day, I was, like, reminiscing about talking about Worm with you. And I was like, man, I miss Worm. Worm reread in the future, potentially.
Oh, man, I was thinking about that, too, because I was moving out, and I was like, oh, my God, I was rereading Term Worm when I fucking moved in.
Yeah, oh, my God, crazy.
That's wild.
Y'all, all right. New project, okay? Here's what we're gonna do to re-experience Worm. We're all gonna find a close family, friend, cousin, companion, or close person. We're gonna make them read Worm, and then we're gonna bring them on the podcast to talk about Worm.
And then they will be our champions. I elect, like Fred was like, I elect my wife to fight for me in the Worm cast.
Tributes.
Yeah. A tribute summon 1 Taylor token.
Willer just comes in and like he turns on OBS and he just has them talk and he doesn't listen to any of it, and then he comes back and just uploads it blind, and then y'all can listen to it afterwards.
Wow, you guys are too lazy to even click record for me. I hate you. Like I have to set up my computer for 2 hours to record people talking because they don't know how to record.
We want to make sure that it's done correctly. So we have to make sure the person that knows how to do it
as if I've never failed before. Anyone could do it. You just gotta watch the bars. You gotta have a bar check. Watch those bars. Yes. Okay. Who wants to start? We have not done this in I think 6 weeks.
God dang.
I think it would have been 6 if we didn't do it today. It's like scratching up on it. So we have so much to talk about.
I'll go.
Go, Joe.
All right. These are the things I did in order, kind of. At least the books, at least. So we'll start with the book corner. I read the 3rd book in the Dandelion Dynasty, aka audiobook, called The Veiled Throne by Ken Liu. And I just want to let you know, this may be like one of the best fantasy series I've read since Lord of the Rings. Damn. Like it's so good, and he does this world building that's not like a wide world building where you're not discovering new lands or meeting new people. It's a tall sort of world building where you're experiencing this culture of this country as it changes over the course of almost 100 years. And you see it in basically real time on the ground with the people that are experiencing those changes. Like, this book ends 40 years. Is it 40 years? I think about 40 years after the end of the first book, which was already 10 years long. So it's just incredible. I think this is the weakest book of the series, but to that, this book was originally 1 book, but he gave it to his publisher, and his publisher's like, we literally can't print this. It's too big. You have to split it to 2 different books. And he's like, okay. And so that's where we are now. Incredible story. This one just made books 1 and 2 so much better. It made a character in book 2 just even better than he already was.
Oh, I love it.
It just every time you and the thing is, like, you sit there and you're like, why the fuck are we experiencing this thing? Like, this book gave me the biggest plot whiplash of all time. The first 2/3 of this book is very Games of Thrones, Cold War spy shit, where these 2 nations they're like, in 8 years we're going to have a war. That's just what's going to have to happen. We are going to fight in 8 years. It's what's going to happen. There's no doubt about it. And so it's just the spies and the intrigue between those 8 years. And then you get to the last third of the book, and it turns into a shonen cooking competition against
What?
against Saul Goodman. It's so weird.
All right. Okay. What? You're just saying words. There's no way that's an accurate description.
And no, it's one like the guy literally comes into like the restaurant and starts pulling Slip and Jimmy nonsense. It's crazy.
He slips on the drumstick and then gets a free guitar out of it.
He's like,
and then the kingdom goes to war.
He goes like, "There's a cockroach in my stew. There's a hair." Like he does all that shit. And others. I was just like, what are we doing? But it's great. It's so good. Love the series. I highly recommend it every time I talk about it. It's one of the best I've ever read. I listened to the first book of Dungeon Crawler Carl.
No way.
Oh, that's what DCC is. What? Okay.
Yes, let's hear it.
Waste of a credit. Moving on.
No.
Oh, you hated it?
I knew it. Well, I didn't know it, but I was curious.
I was afraid of this.
It was fine. It's just one of those things of like, using a Audible credit on it, which is just was not really worth it. It got some chuckles out of me, but like it also made me just think of like I could be listening to anything else or have used this on anything else.
Okay,
really.
but like
going from Dandelion to that, I was like, all right, I get it.
But is it not a good palate cleanser to go from Peak to Dungeon Crawler Carl? That's the experience I had, and I was like, this was working out.
Yeah, it just was like, whatever. It's like, okay, I know it, I experienced it, moving on.
At least it hurt so like you didn't waste like 40 hours on something that someone's like, oh no, it's good after like 30 hours.
Yeah.
That's one thing. It was like, it's 20 hours, it'll palate cleanse me. So then...
Wait. I want to vote Joe get out of the Power Fantasy subreddit.
Oh, I've never been in there, so...
Well,
I wanted it there once by accident, because it came up on my...
I'm going to start keeping track of recommendations and who actually reads or does what someone recommends and who has the highest hit record. And Tyler just took a big hit. I don't know.
Ooh.
Oh, what? I'm at a 75% and I took a big hit?
He'll never recover, even though everyone else liked it. He's never gonna recover from this.
Never gonna recover.
Anywho.
75 to C. That's bad.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it's lower than that. Ryan also read it.
Oh, true,
Did he not like it? Damn.
Think of that.
Mid.
I
Kind of
hate
mid.
it. I don't know what Ryan's been reading. Actually,
He's been doing Shogun last I checked, which we'll talk about.
yeah.
Oh, cool.
That'll be
Okay. So, and then to move on to that, I read the third book of The Expanse called Abbadon's Gate.
I should do the Expanse.
That's what
You
it sounds
should do
like.
The Expanse, Bradley. I think this is so up your alley. Do not watch the show. I tried watching the show like 3 times. I am not a fan of it.
Gotcha.
A lot of people love that show. The show is a sci-fi show, so it's pretty low budget, and I just don't think they have the means to like explore some of the weirder parts of this series effectively. Because something happens in book 2, and I really wanted to see what the show did, and it was a big letdown essentially.
I feel you. And if they're doing 3-body problem, like, you know, I'm kind of in the sci-fi mood, so I'm like, I'm not totally burned out on it yet. I'm like enough to like, I could go for some more sci-fi.
But once again, the first half of the first Expanse book, I think is just very generic sci-fi. The second half is absolutely incredible. It saved that book for me.
Let's
We're talking about Abbadon's Gate. This is the third book in the Expanse. I really wasn't hot on this book up until at one point. So they go into this area, and I just couldn't visualize the area they were in until someone made a very key detail, like reiterate a key detail, and then suddenly everything just fell into place. I fell in love with the book.
Interesting.
It is really interesting how that happened, but now I kind of understood like how everything before it happened. It was really, I missed that key detail, either like I turned my head away or something at one point. But this book deals a lot about faith and religion, and I always really like those themes. And I think it was really done here. To give you like a non-spoiler of this book is basically like, imagine. Have y'all ever been like in an accident where you're going like 10 miles per hour and you like suddenly stop, or you get hit and you just stop suddenly? At all? Like,
I think I know what you mean.
it's like you get that whiplash, right? Like it's very sudden and jerk.
I see. Yeah, like you hit the hard brake.
Yeah. Now imagine a spaceship with probably 5,000 people going 100 kilometers, like 100,000 kilometers per hour, and suddenly stopping.
Fuck that.
Yeah, that is kind of the situation that happens in this book, and it's a whole disaster zone. It was very cool, very creative situation to be in, and I really liked it. The author Joseph S.A. Corey, who I found out was actually two people, and this is a pen name for the two of them that they just use, which I thought was interesting. Does a really good job of like creating these different characters and how they deal with this situation. And I really enjoyed it, as well as exploring more of like what the hell is going on. I'm on the fourth book now. I kind of took a pause from it because I switched over to some podcast stuff that isn't really pertinent here, but like this fourth book has also been really good. That one's basically a western, and it's kind of awesome. But yeah, I recommend The Expanse.
We all know Joe's definition of a western, if you recall. A western is a story where there is tension and it rises.
Yeah. Well, this one's kind of like
refer to episode, I think 13. I remember that one so well for some reason. The fourth book particularly takes place in like a small colony town, and so they are and there's there's a lot of tension in terms of like one side of this town and the other side of this town. So it's dealing with the colonists and stuff like that. But overall, great series. Bradley, I really think it's up your alley. I watched Death Note again as a rewatch. Peak.
The reason being, I didn't really have a reason. I think a Death Note meme showed up on my like timeline or something. I was just like, I haven't watched Death Note in like 6 years. I should give that a try. With the like express like determination to pay attention to the last half of that story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like I like that second half of the story, I always like fall off in terms of like really being engaged with it.
Which we talked about it a little bit, and you didn't know that the last third of the like it's a third of the anime, but I believe it's closer to a half of the manga. And Bradley's read the manga, so maybe he can vouch.
Right. And I saw my manga volumes while we were moving. And I was like, damn, I should reread this. Because the manga volumes are slick. Like, they painted the edges of them all black. Like, matte black. So they look pretty slick.
Yeah. But I pay more attention to it. I think the last third of that book is more pertinent today than it's ever been. It's kind of crazy. But it like, being engaged with it, it was really good. Obviously, it's in, right? In Mellow?
And in Mellow, yeah.
Yeah.
Near, yeah. They
don't nearly have as much as a persona and back and forth with Light as L did. But I think that's also okay, because I think that's ultimately what allows them to get the betterment of L, is that there isn't that kind of small part of L that's just like, maybe he's not Kira. Yeah. They are so much more determined to be like, Light is Kira, we're going to bring him down. Also, I guess spoilers for Death Knight, but who gives a shit?
Someone might give a shit. Don't put him down.
True.
Sorry, person.
I'm sorry.
I think Joe's right. I think because Light and Kira wanted to fuck. Got in the way.
I think the most indicative like way to describe that is the scene where L like Jesus washes Light's feet.
Yeah.
And it's like, you were compromised a while ago, weren't you, L?
Yeah. And also it's batshit insane, like the Hail Mary play Light does when he gets incarcerated. Like, that's just insane. That's so hard to follow up in terms of like a storytelling perspective. Like, how do you do a trick that's as good as that to close out your series, right?
So I don't remember the details of that, nor should you remind me, because like it's good to forget mystery elements of a mystery story.
It's really good. Yeah. I really appreciate it more.
Now, did you ever read the one-shot sequel that released in 2020?
Oh, yeah, I haven't read it either. Yeah.
The one where Donald Trump gets a death note.
Donald Trump gets a death note? There's another chapter I thought I read where another Kira shows up, and L comes up and basically says like, I'm not going to investigate this Kira, and that Kira kills himself. That's all I remember from it.
I think there's another Kira, which is doing like a contest between world leaders, like who's gonna get the Death Note or some shit.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. But no, I've definitely not.
It's literally him though. Like look, you have to look at the art. Like it's literally him.
That's such a peak idea. That could be its own series, not just a one shot. Yeah.
Death Note just with world leaders.
Yeah.
Civ 6, baby, we're so back.
I mean, how badass.
Man, who wrote Death Note? What's that pair?
God, Ogata or Ogata is the artist, as I recall.
Okay.
I don't remember the opposite side, but they made Bakuman too, and they made one called Platinum's End, which I hear was pretty bad.
Okay.
So they lost their
because I like Bakuman. It's a solid B+.
Bakuman's a solid C. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I was just thinking, like, man, I wish they could do another series. Also, kind of really looking back, like, crazy dark series for Jump at the time.
Oh yeah.
Like, wild that was there.
It's opened the stage though for so many non-battle battle shonen, which is probably the best genre. Like flat out, like when done well. Yeah.
It's so true.
Akane is part Haikyuu, which is why it's the greatest thing ever.
Yeah. And then finally, I watched Batman Caped Crusader. Bradley, do you know what this is?
Batman Caped Crusader?
Yes.
Is that one of the older cartoons?
No, this is a new cartoon by Bruce Timm that's released on Amazon.
It's the one where he has really long ear horns, right?
So it's in like the 19... I couldn't say a decade. I think maybe like 1918-ish kind of era. Like Golden Age comics kind of era. Old. But it's made by Bruce Timm, who did the Batman animated series, like that one, like the famous, like the good one.
He do got some horns.
I was not a fan of the series. I think a lot of the animation is too stiff. I think a lot of the plot is just kind of a lot meandering, and there are some really cool ideas. Like they do a revamp Harley Quinn. I thought that was a really cool take on Harley Quinn.
Spire, interesting.
Yeah. And like her whole plot is that they really play into her psychologist background, and I really like that because I thought that's a really good way of like doing that.
Yeah, underutilized part of the character, I think.
Yeah, actually, it's the most utilized, weirdly, in the Harley Quinn series on HBO.
I could see that. Yeah.
I guess not weirdly because it is her show, but like they bring it up like multiple times. Like she is a doctor, she is intelligent, she's just a bit ditzy. Like that's
such an underselling. She's fucking insane. But yeah, go off. She's just girl bossing a little bit. It's fine.
True. That being said, I don't really think I would recommend the show. It didn't really grasp me. There was no animation that really kind of like that wowed me either. Some of the character designs are cool, but that's kind of about it. Also,
they just kind of cheap out on the animation a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
Motion tween.
Yeah. Yes.
Nice motion tween.
Also, there's a huge jerk to Alfred in this, and I'm not a fan.
Oh, don't do that!
No, you can't do that.
You have to fix it. It has to be like the Batman, where like that's part of the thing, and then they like learn that it's like, and then Batman has to be like, I fucked up.
Yeah.
It has. You can't hurt Alfred. Also, the Nolan movies do it. Yeah. You have to like treat Alfred right.
Yeah. Anyways, those are my quickies, and we'll get to more stuff later.
Yeah, quick little 18-minute quickie, but that's we vibed.
I tried.
You did good. I can go next. Write down some timestamps to save myself some time later. All right. Been a while. At the start of like this block of podcast, I traveled to New York City with.
How cool!
It was my first time there, and it was like a sibling trip really because.
Oh, fun.
Our half-sister from Brazil was visiting because she just like finished a program she was doing in college, like a theater troupe kind of thing. So she wanted to like celebrate. So she solo traveled to New York is the plan, right? And my brother loves going to New York. So my older brother does. So we got him, and then my younger brother and me, and then we stayed with our cousin, who's basically like a sibling. Up there, she lives in Newark, which is like, I think north of like Jersey, so it's right there. And we did fucking everything, man. Like,
Yeah.
I lost the list of what we did, but we did so much. We saw all the important like locations. Like we didn't go to the Statue of Liberty. We did something even cooler, in my opinion. We took the
Helicopter ride?
No, we took the boat back and forth from
the ferry.
Yeah, from Staten.
Oh, I did the ferry, and there were street performers out in front, and they were breakdancing and shit, and they were great.
Which was great, but what was nice is on the way back, the ferry had like these steps that like you would go down basically to exit the ferry, right? There's nothing to stand on outside. They're just like steps that lead to like a roped off area because if you go a little bit further, you'll fall in the water and die. But like if you just sit on those steps, you get the most wide view, like really peaceful view of like going back towards New York proper. And like you get to see the statue there. It was really nice.
Nice.
Times Square, fucking what are some of the other popular places? I'm blanking on them.
Wait. Yeah, dude, because top of the Rockefeller Center is great.
Yep.
Central Park is
Yeah,
great.
that Central. Oh my God, we did so much at Central Park. Like I'm surprised we covered as much ground as we did. That is such a good
You see,
vibe.
I went at Christmas when because they put up Christmas decorations on the whole fucking city. They have like the 100 fucking foot tall Christmas tree. Central Park was great. We went ice skating.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. They always have like the ice skating rink there. We did the Stardust Cafe. That's like where all the Broadway like people
I ate there.
who are studying who are like trying to be in Broadway. They work there, so they're really good at singing and performing. And your tips and your donations go directly to funding their education. So food was good, performance was good.
I saw a video from there, and I remembered eating there. And it's great because like you have these amazing singers while you're eating your food.
Yes.
But then I was imagining like someone leaves a 1-star review, and they're like, "These motherfuckers wouldn't stop singing while I was trying to eat my fucking food."
You know someone who doesn't really know what's going on.
There's probably
would
someone
do
out
it,
there
right?
who's like, "Oh my god, they wouldn't stop."
And we notably went the day after we went and saw Wicked. We saw Wicked on Broadway. Super fun show. The one thing I would say is like sometimes when a choir is singing, like when multiple characters and people are singing at the same time, I could not pick out some of the words. I'm just like, yeah, it sounds good though. But all like the duets and trios and stuff sound fantastic. The girl who plays Galinda, and the Galinda character in general, which is, if you don't know the story of Wicked, it's like a prequel side telling of the Wizard of Oz, and this is the Good Witch, is Galinda. And she is one of the funniest characters / performances I've ever seen. Like, she was, like, killing it. Pretty excited for the movie now, because, like, it's kind of lame that they're splitting it into two, but I was like, if that second one is basically also like an Oz remake at the same time, I think that could be interesting, where, like, they just flesh out that part of the story a bit more, because it's, like, the way the play works is, like, Dorothy, once you get like to after the intermission, you have like about 40 minutes to an hour left of the show, and it's like you're showing up to scenes right before or after Dorothy gets there, and it's like giving you more context. So you might as well just do like a fucking Wizard of Oz remake and just have the Dorothy scenes as well as the context scenes, right? Like,
I guess, yeah.
I guess if you're gonna make it 2 movies, you might as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think Wizard of Oz is like an hour and a half. So, like, I mean, if you double it, that's 30 hours. So if you want a 3-hour musical, Wheeler, go ahead.
No, that's not required. I don't know. Anyways, what else? Yeah, that was the trip. I'll be traveling more in the future. I'm going to Spain next month, and then Japan with my boy Tyler.
That's gonna be super cool.
So deska.
So desne. Let's not. We can't be doing that. We can't. That's gonna be culturally insensitive. Our itinerary is looking nice. I am super hyped. And then Spain's gonna be a work trip, but like I've always wanted to go to Spain, so like that's gonna be really cool as well.
Spain is one of the best countries, IMO.
Yeah, I'm very. It's like one of the European. It might be the European country I've most wanted to visit. It's like that or Portugal and Italy. So like, hey, I guess I'll be going to Italy at some point too. So,
from what I've heard from people's like visiting like Paris and London and everything, it's like I think Barcelona and Madrid are like top tier.
Yeah, I believe it, and we shall see. I think, yeah, I'm in Barcelona. I'm going for the Unity conference for work-related things, which they only have one Unity conference a year now. They used to do like multiple, but like they go all out. Like they actually do it in cool cities.
Oh
now.
yeah, dude. Not only are you going to Spain, you're getting fucking paid to go there.
Yeah, it's true. I need to do some stuff because they had to take the money out of my pocket because I don't have a company card, so I have to go through the process of like, hey, can you recover these $3,000 that you drained from me? Thank you. So that's like that'll be in the future. We'll probably do a podcast at least before Japan, so I'll likely have stuff to say about Spain potentially next podcast because that's in 2 weeks. Fuck. Okay. And then I've been playing a couple games. So I'm doing a thing. This is okay. I didn't mean to do this. This is a fun little trio of games I'm going to talk about. I'm trying to like be okay with not finishing like games, like getting some games that I'm like cool with just playing for a little while. And just feeling out. We'll call it the Tyler tactic, even though Tyler says he'll finish them. I came intentionally here.
Willer's understanding the designer practice now.
No, these are just I'm curious about them, you know. One of them I actually will play more of in the future, and that is Aotenjo. This is Balatro but with Mahjong, and I played the demo, and that demo had a ton of features already. So when the full version comes out, I'm gonna go even harder on that. It's interesting. It makes you much better at Mahjong. Like, it helped me understand hand types that and melds that I just didn't quite understand. Mahjong is inherently just. I don't want to hear any lip from anyone. Mahjong is just objectively more interesting than poker, which makes this like a better base than Balatro in my opinion. But it's also like because it's more interesting in that way, you have to like think about how you're going to design it. Like, you're not making a hand like you do in Richi Mahjong, which is use 14 tiles, I believe, to make a hand. You're kind of making a hand, but you're doing it in parts. You're making a set and a pair, and then you're making a set and a pair, and a set and a pair, and a final set and a pair. And in a Mahjong hand, you usually make 4 sets and 1 pair. So the way they do it is like you're kind of doing it sequentially, but your pair gets cut off each time until the final pair, and that makes your final hand. I don't know if like that's a explanation that makes sense, but like so like it's not quite like the same meta as making a Richi Mahjong hand, but it's very close to that vibe the way they structure the scoring system. This is a great game, and the demo is free. It will also teach you how to play Mahjong, so I recommend it on all fronts. There's a meme in the Yakuza community, and it's a picture of Kiryu playing Mahjong. And it's like, number 1 Mahjong tip, quit. It's like, no, don't quit. Like, once you learn it, it's good. You have to trust me. Like, all the Yakuza players are like...
100 hours, you'll understand.
It'll click. So play Aotenjo instead. Then I played some Dredge. Dredge was on sale. I've been looking forward to checking this out. I'm going to DNF this one, I think. This is a cool game. It's Joe's talked about it before. You're on a boat. You travel around and you fish, and like you have like a little mini world that you go through. I just think it's very tedious. And Joe, like, is that an experience that you felt as well?
Yes, I felt like I think that's ultimately why I ended up stopping, is that I would get places and then realize I would have to go back out to where I was before to go do something, and then come back. How far did you get, or like how many did you do?
The 4th of 5 islands.
Okay, I think that's where I stopped too. Yeah. Is that with like the jungle area where you're like
yes.
Yeah, that's exactly.
It's like an archipelago like jungle-y area.
Yeah. I was just like, this is too much. I think the game is very neat. I really like the style of the game. Of like when it gets dark, it becomes like fucking spooky. I think that's really cool. The fish you catch are really creepy. But it just was like, okay, I think we could have gone with like 3 different islands. Or like maybe just in on that 4th one, I would have felt more compelled to like finish the game.
To me, it's the day-night system, which is also like the only sense of tension. Is just like you have to go on very short trips and make it back to your safe place. Yes. And by doing that, it just delays the gameplay loop so much because you can't commit to any big long trek because you're gonna get fucked up and lose a ton of money.
Yeah, and you have to like, it's a weird. It's on paper I like the loop because then it's like, okay, well I'll get an engine that makes me move faster so I can get to like the places I need to go faster. So
the upgrades are good. Yeah,
but then it's just like, I don't know what it is about it. I think there's just like, I think the game just needs to be shorter, or it needs to cut down like 1 or 2 like objective materials.
Like nearly, it might be a better game if you play with the safety easy mode where like no spooky things show up, because like it makes the game not tedious, but then you don't get like the tension. So it's like it's doomed. It's a Doom concept no matter how you slice it, I think.
I do like Dredge. And developer's been successful. I hope they do make a Dredge 2. I might pick it up depending on like what changes they make. But yeah, to me it was just like too much tedium at that one, especially that archipelago is a fucking maze. I was like, where the fuck do I have to go?
And there's a lot of little enemies too. But like I like the concept I made of like I'll get to an area, I'm gonna drop down 8 crab pots, and use those as like my source of income, because this is a fishing game where you stop fishing like pretty early on, because like it just takes up too much time of the day, so you just end up throwing nets that will like passively catch fish as you sail around. So like it's a fishing game where you lay down crab pots and stop fishing because it's way less it's like immediately less optimal to do so.
It's not what you're doing. It's like you're looking for other stuff instead.
Yeah. Like the only fishing you do is to get like the specific fish that they make you get for like the main quests. So
yeah.
Anywho, I'm probably good on Dredge. And then one that I will play more of, but like I'm cool with like not getting particularly far on, is Darkest Dungeon 2. I played some of this with Tyler. Why is that controversial, Joe?
A lot of people don't like Darkest Dungeon 2 compared to Darkest Dungeon 1.
Right. I never played 1. I'm playing 2 because I wanted to book club it with the Versus Wolves podcast. I was like, yeah, I'll do that. I'm interested. So Tyler looked at this game. I was playing it with him, and he immediately was like, okay, I get why this system's bad after 1 hour of playing it, which is like they changed the stress system in this game. And then I was like, are you sure, dude? Like, we've barely played the game. He's like, no, I get it. And then Tyler, I went on to play another hour, and I was like, oh, no, they made the right choice. The new system is more interesting. Like, the way it works now is when you, like, max out your stress meter, I think in the original game you get a debuff on your character, like a mental ailment.
You get a debuff, but you also have a chance to not. But yeah.
This game, you have a meltdown, which immediately damages you and makes all your party members dislike you immediately. This traded the individual character stress with a much more interesting party dynamic of like every time you get to an inn, depending on like what your party's relationship is with one another, they will get either a positive relationship buff or a negative relationship debuff. So those meltdowns quickly contribute to a much more interesting dynamic where it's like everyone hates my healer now. Pretty much every skill he does has a negative impact every time I do it on one of the other party members because everyone hates him.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's still you're still demotivating me, bro.
What's the motivating about it?
I'm having a meltdown. I instantly don't like my willer in my party even more.
Well, yes, because stop being a little bitch. We're in a fight right now.
Stand up for this.
Now, like, just like you're getting a -2 on your relationship point. You start at 10, but you're also getting things that raise those points. And just because you're below 10 doesn't mean you're guaranteed a negative like relationship ability when you get to the inn. It just increases the chance of getting one, and you can get positive ones where it's like, hey, I like the Tyler. We're even a party of 4. I like Tyler. He healed me last battle. Now every time I do my bleed skill, Tyler heals 1 stress, or Tyler like heals an additional like health because I used this skill.
So for this game, I don't know much about Darkest Dungeon 2. I weirdly enough, I played a lot of Darkest Dungeon 1. In this game, like, when you set off, do you have, like, do you have a pool of characters you choose?
No, okay. So, let me go, Joe. Let me talk now, because this is what you're asking about.
Yeah.
So, Darkest Dungeon 2 is not a sequel to Darkest Dungeon 1.
No, it's a prequel.
Darkest Dungeon 2 is a retelling of the first game. Like, that's it. It doesn't have any new classes, no new skills. It doesn't probably have... It has new relics, I guess, but they're still relics.
Are you Can you put your money down that there's no new classes and skills? You're positive about this?
If there's new classes, there are not... let me see.
Because I want to point out, we had not unlocked a single class when we played.
It doesn't matter. They show you them all at the beginning.
Okay. And you're positive none of those have new skills? You're just saying some bold things for a guy that played 1 hour. That's all I'm trying to say.
The only new class... looks like there's 2 new classes made. No, that one's in there. One of them doesn't look familiar, and that is the Runaway.
I'm sure there's new skills, though, but go on.
But that seems to be the only new one, is the Runaway class. So, Joe, in Darkest Dungeon 2, you do not have a set pool of characters to choose from.
Okay.
To recruit, I guess. So,
Yeah.
you have you unlock character classes as you progress the game, and at any point you can decide to upgrade that character or invest time into them, so you kind of like get to start mixing and matching your party around. And that is juxtaposed to getting to have which character classes that you currently have, you know? Like, the characters in Darkest Dungeon 1 were not the focus of the game. The focus of the game was the world. And the second one, they've really tried to evolve the characters. So even when a character dies, it's still going to be that same character. You just, like, revive them. You can change their name and do whatever, but because of that system, like Willer said, as you're getting more stress and everything, you're building relationships between these characters. And so they have to stay the same character.
Right.
And unlike the first one, it's like you can have 2 different Crusaders. This Crusader has this amount of afflictions and debuffs and buffs. And then this one, if your Crusader dies with like they only recruit, they only gain a set amount of debuffs and buffs over the run. That's just what he starts off with that run.
I will say, every time you start, so you have a roster of characters and you bring 4 into your run.
Right.
Runs are much shorter than Darkest Dungeon 1. There are 3 zones.
Okay.
But they're quick and tough, and you're supposed to you go through different little storylines. I still haven't beaten the first. I'm like 1 hit away from beating the first one, and then I haven't played since. And you do have a randomized skill set when you unlock every time you start a run, your characters will have a different passive to start with, and they will get new passives as you travel, which will I think those match up with the debuffs and buffs you could get from stress related stuff in the original. Yeah. On top of that, it has the relationship stuff. But yeah, you start with a new set of a selected party each time you do a run.
Yeah, in the first one, my main thing is you can get stress as many times as you want in this one. A character will not die from stress.
No, but if you get a meltdown, you lose 85% of your health immediately. So it's going to contribute to them dying.
Yeah, it sets them to a certain HP by default. But they can be set to that 15% as many times as it takes.
Yeah.
They will not die.
Not from stress alone, no.
But and then whenever you gain 100 stress, you only gain meltdown. Sometimes you'll gain a random debuff or a random buff. Opposed in the first game, whenever you hit 100 stress, you will automatically gain a new debuff or buff. And it's not classified as a meltdown. It's you now suffer from insomnia because you've been fighting this specific enemy type. Or this specific encounter made you afflicted with this type of thing.
Those kinds of passives are there. It's stuff that manifests every time you get back to the inn. and it's related to the meltdown system. So it's like
Yeah.
I think it's pretty similar. They just also added on a new mechanic on top of it.
It's not similar at all.
No.
No. Your stress was basically a second health bar. If it went up twice, you died. Period.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and you don't straight up die in this one. You get put in.
Yeah.
You will melt down a lot, and the more it happens, the more your run will snowball, like to doom.
So I will say,
Mm-hmm.
the second one seems a lot easier than the first one. Like probably 3 times easier.
Well, because and I get why. Like Willer, you've never played the first one, but like the first one, like if your guy died from stress, and that was like your guy, it could end your entire fucking game.
Yes.
It's like it really was like and I don't mean like, oh, your run's over. I mean, go back to the main menu, delete the save file, start the game over again.
That's funny.
And
they made a lot of UX decisions in the first game that were very risky, I would say, that led to a very fourth wall breaking, stressful experience for the player.
That's why I love Darkest Dungeon 1, because it's like you yourself are experiencing the stress that your team is having, because you're going through there like, I have to kill this boss. If I don't kill this boss, I have to do this whole fucking dungeon again.
Oh my god, Joe, why have we never advertised it like this? Darkest Dungeon 1 is Nuzlocke run of the second one.
Oh yeah, basically. It truly is.
That makes sense.
It's also just XCOM. That's the other thing too.
Joe, I really, really want you to try 2 then. And then tell me, and then we can like chat more about it in the future.
I'll try it if I can see it on sale, because it's like that's part of the reason why I really like the Darkest Dungeon 1.
It was on sale recently, that's why I got it. So check it out. However, I just wanted to close out. Like, this is the last thing I wanted to say about Dungeon. Well, the trinkets are like whatever. They're not like the most interesting roguelike things I've ever seen.
Just like one.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Seems like they did. But this game's controller support is quite poor. It's definitely a mouse and keyboard game, unfortunately. So just keep that in mind.
I will say, Darkest Dungeon 2 is not a bad game by any means.
It just seems very different, and that's not a bad thing.
I think they did the Rogue Legacy 2 problem.
Is it a problem? Like I don't like.
Dude,
I don't want them.
They wasted so much time on creating new art assets, new environments, new workflows for that shit, and it's like they could have made new characters, new classes, more enemy.
But Tyler, not every developer just wants to like make the 1.5 version and call it a sequel. Like, a lot of developers want to just let's try a different angle of like attack completely, and I respect that. Like, it may not be for everyone, like a Rogue Legacy 2 situation, but I always respect the gusto. As long as you don't do a Nidhogg versus Nidhogg 2, I respect it.
And I think especially for this game, because like different perspective, it's also like a whole different like game element too. Like this, like the other part of like the Darkest Dungeon 1 is you're managing this homestead type of thing. That's your base.
Yeah.
So it's like
this one's more. It's a lot more run based. This one.
Yeah. This like it just sounds completely different, which is not bad.
No, it's not. I was enjoying playing Willer's game when we were sitting down and playing it.
Yeah.
I would say it is still a fun game.
I imagine the combat's the same, because I love the combat.
Exact same.
Same. There is one more thing I wanted to add. This game is too fucking slow, actually. That is the big thing about it. Like, every animation, like driving the carriage, it's also slow. So I play with a mod that literally speeds the game up times 2, and it is a much better game as a result.
You would hate Darkest Dungeon 1. It's also very slow.
If I was to touch it, it would be with this mod, because I can't. I don't have time for those animations.
The plotting of it is
there are a lot of mods for Darkest Dungeon 1.
There are a lot of mods for Darkest Dungeon 1.
What's with the insidious voice? What the fuck does that
I
mean?
know. I was like, damn.
Is this a porn thing?
Hey Bradley, there are a lot of mods for Darkest Dungeon 1.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You're playing the nudie mod of Darkest Dungeon 1, you fucking psychopath.
Think of what can you name a hornier game.
Bro,
True.
I'm about to have a meltdown, and our points are about to go down, dog. If that's what's happening. Anyways, ooh, that was a lot. Tyler, we'll pick off with you. What have you been up to?
Man, what have I been up to that anybody wants to hear about? Let's see. I watched Godzilla -1 finally.
Did you like it?
Wait, what was that, Joe?
I said yeah.
Yeah.
And I asked if you
when,
liked it.
When did that movie come out?
Last year?
Last year.
Oh, damn. Okay. Thought it'd been longer. Anyway, I loved this movie.
Yeah?
I watched it in our friend's theater. I'm glad I waited to watch it on like a larger screen.
Oh, yeah. You gotta hear the Godzilla theme booming, bro.
This is... Oh, man. This is one of the best movies I've ever seen.
Wow. That's so good.
It is amazing. I don't know why, but I'm just like sitting there, and I guess it's the straight white man in me that's like World War II. Fuck yeah. But, I'm like looking at the era, and I'm like, how are they gonna beat Godzilla, man? Like they can't do anything.
Man.
They got Mosin Nagants and shit.
I never thought I would hear Tyler preaching to the Lord and Savior Godzilla as something great.
Oh, dude, this is
man.
crazy.
I know.
It was so good.
Uh,
They had mass destruction,
Yes.
lots of human death.
Yes.
They
That
just got
atomic breath scene, dude. Good shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
it was
The scene
good.
that gets me is when he's in the city and it starts raining at the end there. That fucked me up.
Yeah.
Good movie.
After the, I remember my one complaint about the movie is like it felt like there was overacting here and there, but it took me out of it a little bit. But it's a good movie,
off.
man. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's a good movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Tyler, that's like what the modern Japanese Godzilla movies are like. They're actually just good. So like,
Yeah.
They are just good. Like I don't recommend the other Godzilla movies because they are just toys crashing into each other.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't even know if I would recommend this movie to a lot of people, but it's a damn good movie.
Yeah.
and here's the part where we all like slowly look over. We're sitting at a table of four, and we all look over at Bradley and go like, "It's your turn, Bradley," because I think you would cry. I think Bradley would cry in this movie.
Oh, Bradley would cry.
Yeah.
The ending would devastate him.
Yeah. Peak. Oh, dude, Koichi, the main character, he goes through some shit, man.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
That good movie.
Good movie.
Yes.
I watched Galaxy Quest for the first time.
I love that movie.
Why is that movie like? Okay, I grew up watching all of Tim Allen's shit. Okay?
Yeah.
And then Tim Allen decided to be a specific party supporter in the year of our Lord 2016, and became a huge piece of shit because
I didn't know that. That's
a lot of older comedians from the
Stop.
80s and 90s do not know how to be funny in our current age without making fun of a specific minority.
yeah.
Correct.
Like,
What's up with
it's hard
that?
for them.
What's
And
the deal?
It's because their lives aren't interesting enough. Honestly, like, I look at any modern comedian like Jerry Seinfeld, and I compare them to like, and I know this is gonna be very way off base, but like, who is it? John Mulaney or let's see. There's another one that's Daniel Tosh, which is way outfield.
Yeah. I've heard about Tosh in a long time.
Yeah.
But they're funny by just being engaging with people or themselves. Like,
Yes.
they know how to create humor out of small situations without bullying anybody. And it's like what Jerry Seinfeld used to do.
Tosh doesn't bully people. That's not how I remember it. But
No. Like, he used to make comedy out of small situations.
yeah.
Like, John Mulaney...
Fine food.
John Mulaney and Jerry Seinfeld have lived a very similar path for their like comedy life,
and they diverged.
I really feel like Jerry Seinfeld was just a little anyway.
He boomered out.
Like,
He boomered out
Brian
a little
Williams, also great new comedian I love. He's not new. He's been around for like almost a
We're
decade
gonna talk
now.
about Galaxy Quest.
Anyway, Tim Allen, it's fine. This was a really good movie. I digress. Galaxy Quest was surprisingly good.
Yeah, I woke up and y'all were watching this, and I didn't know what it was, but I started laughing my ass off immediately.
Love Galaxy Quest.
We got Tim Allen, Sigourney Weaver, Alan Rickman, Tony Shabab, Sam Rockwell, Justin Long, Rainn Wilson, like Missy Pyle. Like this is a stacked cast for a '90s movie.
Quite the cast, yeah.
Do you know what Galaxy Quest is, Willer?
No.
Galaxy Quest.
Wait.
Okay.
Did we even tell him?
I mean, I'm not gonna watch it if you don't like.
Brother, if you watch Galaxy Quest, it would blow your mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't understand what the premise was when I was watching it, and I was like, "Oh, that's what it is. That's funny."
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You know what? So I am keeping track of I'm keeping track of all recommendations from now on. And we will. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Say no more.
Galaxy Quest is. I really love Galaxy Quest. I watched it again like last year, and I was also dying of laughter like you were, Bradley. There's just so much fun.
It holds up.
There is a really funny thing, Tyler. Totally Shalhoub's character was originally supposed to be high during the entire movie.
That makes sense.
Which is why he looks like that, but they cut that scene because of rating purposes.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you just don't get that, and then he's like that the whole time.
He's just a weirdo.
that's like if in Cabin of the Woods they like erase the very first scene of the guys smoking weed out of the coffee mug.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But yeah, so I thought that's a fun fact. But yeah, Galaxy Quest is really good. It's very funny.
Very light-hearted movie, not a serious watch.
Yeah.
No.
Very
quotable.
Yes, very quotable. Willard, you could be playing on your Switch, your Steam Deck, and have this on in the background and be very satisfied.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yes. It's a perfect movie for that.
A nice iPad kid movie, you know?
Yeah.
Those are good.
I have one job on this damn ship, and I'm going to do it.
And then for my birthday month, as my partner calls it, she got me a bidet. It's a grand time. I've been enjoying it.
Hey Tyler, how's the tush?
Yeah,
it's clean. I water it twice a day.
Damn, you're in there.
It's a good time, and like, I forget about it sometimes when I sit down, and then I'll flip through like 3 or 4 Instagram reels or something, or like 30 or 40. You know, it like who's counting?
That's why you're in there so long.
Yeah.
And then I'll like start to like get up and I'll like, wait, I don't have to wipe. I can just flip it on, and then I get to scroll through like another 2 or 3 for like 30 seconds. 60. Yeah, you know, who's counting? Fuck you. And today I did it. I was like, I started playing that Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. I was just like, oh, this is a nice day. It's a good time. It was like a little cheap model. It's easy to install if you live in an apartment.
Okay, can I get to the nitty gritty with a question here? Okay, first of all, Bradley, you're also a bidet user?
I'm not a bidet user. I wish I had one, but if I'm at home and I take a shit like in my bathroom with the shower, I'm like, I'm home. I will hop in and just like wash my fucking ass if it's convenient.
Yeah. So questions related to that. How clean is? I just don't trust that it's gonna get it all. Like I just don't. I'm a very thorough cleaner.
Here's what I do. I don't trust it either, and it doesn't, because I got a cheap model. It's not all the way there, but dude, it does 95% of the job. And then you do a sanitary wipe. Okay. And you're like, that looks like I just got done wiping.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And it's like 2-3 plies, man. That's it. That's all you need.
That's cost efficient. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm into like butt stuff in that way, so, like you are. So it's like,
okay, like think about it this way.
Wait.
Water going down your ass when you're in the shower.
I have the perfect way to describe it. Okay.
Okay, but hold on. Before we get to that, Joe, the shower is gravity doing the water. Like when it shoots up, it's like, what's the pressure? We'll have to see one day. We'll have to see.
Willer,
you'll find out in Japan.
You ever done an over the boxer's butthole scratch? Like, just like kind of like.
I'm going to pause. I'm going to pause the podcast today. I'm going to pause the podcast so we can complete this conversation and come back at a safer location, a safer time. You know what, Tyler? Tell me about Blink Twice.
First, I want to talk about Infinity Pool.
Okay.
Oh,
Did I talk about that last time? I did. I
Yeah,
did talk about
you
that.
didn't like it.
Yeah.
Or it was weird.
Blink Twice.
Oh, you didn't know what Croatia was, you fucking goober.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah.
My bad. I was a racist. I'm
He's
sorry.
been educated. Okay, we took him through a process.
Blink Twice is a new suspense thriller movie.
Yum.
Starring Zoe Kravitz.
Yum.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Zoe Kravitz. This is like her breakthrough thing.
Okay.
I will say for a Nepo movie, not terrible.
Yeah. Some of those Nepo babies are good.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It stars her and Channing Tatum. It's got
God, I love Channing Tatum.
I don't know how many other names you'll know. I know Haley Joel Osment.
Yep.
And that was about it for the cast. Like,
I don't see anyone else. I don't think.
yeah, I genuinely didn't know anybody in this movie.
I didn't know Bradley was a Haley Joel Osment stan.
That's Sora.
I just like Sora.
True. You know what? Fair. Freeze!
So this movie, you have a tech billionaire, i.e., Channing Tatum. It doesn't even say what he's a billionaire for. It's just he is a tech billionaire.
Mm-hmm.
And he invites our main character and her roommate, who are cocktail waitresses who got out of uniform and snuck into the gala. He invites them to his private island, where things get weird.
Epstein.
And you just kind of, you're there along for the ride of, why are things weird on this island?
Wait. I saw a trailer for this, I think. No, it's not new.
How many Ghostface masks out of 5 would you give this?
Ooh.
A half Ghostface mask because the mouth is closed, so you can use that
I
as
don't know if this is Ghostface masks.
Ooh.
What's a better suspense movie, maybe?
This gets 5 law-abiding citizens out of 5.
No, maybe. Okay, you know what? I'll give it 3.5.
Okay.
3 3/4. Yeah, it's not bad, but there's a trigger warning like going into this movie, I think.
Oh, what's?
And I said, why would you like put that on the movie? I feel like that's kind of a thing. No. The trigger warning is actually like, I'm not a triggered person. I don't have PTSD. It's fucked up. Shit's kind of fucked up.
Okay, what is it?
Yeah.
What is it?
You gotta watch it, man.
Okay, all right. Then keep your secrets.
Yeah. I would say good streaming movie.
Okay.
Not worth spending theater money on.
Fair enough. Are you gonna watch Strange Darling? Is that on your watch list?
Is it on my watch list? I don't know if I know this movie.
It's a new horror movie that came out a week or 2 ago.
Is this what I'm thinking of? What is it?
Hold on. Because it's on mine, but I don't know if I'll have time to... It's hard for me to get people who are into horror movies to come see horror movies with me. And I just...
Who aren't into horror movies, you mean? Because, if they're into horror movies and they won't go with you, it just seems like they might not like you, bud. I'm sorry.
They're not,
okay,
they like horror movies.
Yeah, okay.
I have seen a trailer for this.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the Stanford Wives looking movie?
I don't know what you mean by that.
No,
Okay.
I don't know, but it's... I think this is a movie I would see on streaming again. Again, this seems like a streamable movie.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay.
Okay. And then...
lastly, I went to a One Piece regional. Another one.
Another one. I went too. I
did go.
actually got into one. Finally. God.
He's making me talk about it.
Yeah, I had stuff. My thing was long, dog. We did the right choice.
I will say, in hindsight, I did tell you to play the deck that ended up getting second place at the tournament.
He did. However, for that deck to get into second place, they must dodge like the third or fourth most popular deck at the event. So it's not easy.
I'm waiting on the Eggman video where he just says he has an interview with that deck, and he's like, "Yeah, I played 0 RP Law."
Yeah. So Tyler did well. I went in with a super off meta deck. Like, I picked a meta leader and then played it in the weirdest way possible. And I was like, yeah, that was a bad idea. It was working on the simulator, for what it's worth. And then I went into a side tournament, paid $20, picked my main deck, which is Reiju. Played RP Law round 1. It's a single elimination tournament. Lost $20, drove home, laid down. Yep.
Try not to cry.
And that was that. Next regional, I'm going to murder everyone. I'm going full meta. I will kill everybody.
Just like bringing a gun. That's the meta. I can't lose if everyone's dead.
Yeah, it's true.
I played RP Law for the first time at a regional tournament and my last time.
Because
I was an invalid because it is already on the ban list. Like, it is now banned. It will never be in another tournament.
As of today. As of, like, literally today.
I did my best record at this tournament. I went 6-3. Which I think I could have gone, like, 7-2.
Which would have been a top cut, potentially.
Yeah. Well, So... 6-3 got me within the top 64 range, but after they do all the analytics and shit, they place you
according to your resistance.
Yeah. So I think top 64 was 6-3 or X-3 from like 54th place to like 93 or 94 or something. So everybody within that range also had a chance, but I digress. But yeah. I played really bad into one matchup that kind of got worse where I got my first loss. And I told Willer, I was like, I have no experience playing against this one deck. I have experience playing it. I know what their strategy is, but I don't, But then I go, I don't really know. I haven't played a lot against it. I haven't played against it at all. And then I played against it 5 times.
You're going to learn today, son.
I am going to fucking learn today.
And he beat most of them.
Here, 2 of my losses were against that deck.
Okay.
And I drew 0 Gordons or Raise Maxes. I did not bottom deck a single thing in either one of those matchups when I was playing the bottom deck leader.
Damn.
Yeah. So, breaking as hard as I did, like, that's the deck. That is,
To me, you should have cheated better. But that's just me.
Like, some people would think, but I have integrity. I don't want to win that bad.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but it was fun.
Tell the story about that first loss.
Do I have? Oh yeah. Okay, so
it's a good story.
I lied. This is my second tournament playing RP Law. The first tournament I played RP Law in at a regional was before Kid and Killer came out, the card that kind of put it onto the radar.
Yeah.
Right. I was playing it in a non-meta version of it.
Yeah.
I played it like 4 or 5 months ago at a regional tournament in Arlington. Okay. I was 4-0 at the tournament, which I was doing surprisingly well for it not being meta yet.
Yeah.
It did not have its like scaling cards or anything. Sakazuki was still in the game.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So I was 4-0 and I start playing against the Sakazuki. We're having a really good match, by the way. I end up losing to this Sakazuki by like literally 1 card. It was very close. It was a very good match.
Good.
And then I went on a downward spiral and went like 4-4.
It happens.
And it was just a terrible time.
He tilted bad. He tilted very bad.
I also played against like 3 Morias after that with RP Law, which is still
the worst matchup.
He died.
Yeah, is the worst matchup. Anyway, in my second match at this tournament, I'm 2-0. I get matched up against a guy, and I'm like, oh, Shuan, like, that name seems kind of familiar. Maybe I've just like seen it in passing, I guess. And I sit down next to this guy, and I'm like, this guy seems kind of familiar. And I'm like, oh, hey, what's up, man? And I was like, it's nice to meet you. He's like, oh yeah, I'm Sean. And I was like, wait, I've had this interaction before. I've played against you before. I know you. And it was like, dude, I haven't been to a Texas regional in like 4 or 5 months. I'm from Georgia. And I was like, motherfucker, I played against you at the last regional event. I was also playing RP Law. And he's like, yeah, I was on Sakazuki. I was like, yeah, man, like we were both 4-0 going into this matchup. And he ended my streak both that time and this time.
And then we have lunch break, and Tyler is like, dude, I'm about to go on another losing streak. He did it again. He literally comes to Texas just to ruin me. Like,
I was livid. I had the biggest misplay against this fucking guy. I think if I had not misplayed so bad, it would have been a closer match than what it was, because the last turn was just like free game. I was a little disappointed, but I learned, and that's what it is. So it's a good time. I had a great time. I won some Dawn sleeves and a Dawn card because this is a 512 person tournament, and I got 71st.
good stuff.
Yeah, that was it. Good time. I'm gonna go back more. I'm gonna be back with my non-meta decks, man. No more X and 3 for me again.
Well, we'll see. Next set, I'm playing Reiju. Actually, I'm playing my sneaky Sabo, and if that does well in locals, I'm gonna take it to the next regional I get to. Can't wait.
Yep.
And if not, I'm gonna play Reiju with Outlaw, and it's gonna be beautiful because I know I can win with Reiju. She and I were in the same wavelength, so I just need Law not to exist, which he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Thank God. Good riddance.
You're gonna be playing one of the best decks in the format.
People are saying she's not gonna be that good, and I'm like, I don't know. We'll see.
That's fucking cap, bro.
It might be cap. I'm not underselling her by any means. I think she's gonna be very good, but other people are.
I think she's gonna be amazing. I don't think this next set is very good. IMO.
Oh, this next set's gonna be amazing. Oh wait. So what happened, for no context? They banned a card that was by far the best card, like the best leader in the game, which is the leader Tyler's been playing, and it was about to get ridiculous next set. They banned it ahead of time
I
in
support
Japan.
this decision.
So now we're gonna get to like actually see a Western meta flourish where like Japan didn't go through this set. I think this is gonna be a very balanced set, personally, with Outlaw there.
Okay. Hold on, buddy. No. First of all,
I'm sorry.
Hold on, Bucky. There.
Where did I?
Lucci is still the best deck,
and still loses to Luffy.
No, Luffy is actually going to get knocked out of the meta, I think.
No.
Because yes. Let me finish. Because the deck that had the worst matchup into RP Law was not Black Yellow Luffy. And Black Yellow Luffy's biggest counter is this deck. We are going to see a rise in Nami gaming.
Yes, but
I think
but because Lucci's big, Luffy's still good. So Luffy's still gonna be there.
With Black being one of the best decks and as slow as it is, like I genuinely think Nami is going to be one of the best decks.
I agree.
Her number one counter is actually going to be Calgara, I think.
Yeah.
Calgara
I don't know, dude.
And Purple Luffy are gonna make a
when you're explaining it like that sounds like a cool meta to me, and I'm gonna show up with Sabo and go hacha.
It is all right, but it's like then you just come down to your matchups, man. All right, sorry, this is a One Piece podcast.
Me and my 7 choppers are gonna go up in there. And
Bradley, tell us about your move.
Yes, Bradley.
Thank God it's done. Holy shit. Because the past couple times I've moved, I had like a move out date for the old place a day or two, and then move in date for the new place. This place I had a move in date for the new place like 2 or 3 weeks before the move out date, so we got to move shit over, which kind of slacked on it a little bit, but finally got everything out. And it's funny, I found out today my living room is on top of a gym in Pokemon Go.
What?
Which is not only cool, but the Sonic that's a 4-minute walk away is also a gym.
So you're back?
You're back in the Go game?
I guess I have to be, right? I gotta take advantage.
Maybe I'm on a gym. I never checked.
So I don't know, like, because I'm at the very front of the apartment complex, so I'm like right there.
That's
What
cool.
is at the very front of your apartment complex that makes it worthy of being a gem?
I guess the apartment complex is just so fucking like banging that it gets to be a gym.
Hmm?
I need to look at what it actually says it is.
I guess.
But that was really lucky. I'm trying to think what else. There's obviously a lot of stuff I want to buy, but holy, like, I feel like I'm gonna be putting these boxes away for like 2 months.
Oh, dude, don't even sweat it. Like, you're legally allowed to have boxes up to like 6 months before like anyone will like really ask questions.
Okay, we'll be good. We'll be good.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
And
Just
then-
tuck them in a corner of a room and you're fine.
Yeah, no, we'll be all right. And then I mentioned to y'all, I think right before the podcast, that the announcement for Civ 7 got me playing Civ 6 again. Which is where, like, anytime I wasn't moving, I was playing Civ. Because it'll just black hole and eat up, like, 60, 70, 80 hours.
It's that easy.
But that's super fun. I'm really excited for Civ 7 because it looks like they're going to keep a lot of the stuff in Civ 6 I liked, where cities aren't, like, single tiles anymore. They, like, kind of branch out into districts that, like, span multiple tiles, so...
Yeah.
I don't know. Just Civ 6 will hold me over. I think Civ 6 is like in February.
Civ 7? Yeah.
Civ 7 is in February.
There you go, there you go.
That's not so bad.
It's great.
Aside from that, I finally finished the 3-Body Problem series, which I'm glad I finished it, and the third book was pretty good, but I'm going to talk more about that later. I need a palate cleanser book or 2 before I go into my next, whatever my big series is going to be. I think it might be The Expanse, because...
Let's go.
like I was saying to Joe earlier, like, I don't know, I'm in my sci-fi mood coming off a 3-Body Problem. But in the meantime, I wasn't meaning to listen to this audiobook at first, but a while back, me and Willow listened to the Mother of Learning audiobook, and the same guy who narrated that one, Jack Veraces, is reading, like, probably the only fan fiction I've ever actually, like, read all the way through. Because I've tried to read fan fictions and stuff before that I like, and usually it's kind of fun for a chapter or two, but usually it's not taken very seriously, because a lot of times that's not really the point, or I'm like, oh, it's just cool to see like a what-if scenario. But this is the only one I've ever read all the way through, and I actually really liked it.
What is it?
It was called Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, which the only reason I found out about it is because it has references to Wild Beau stories in it.
Is it methods? I'm trying to...
The Methods of Rationality.
Methods? I was like, what's a method? Okay, yeah.
And basically, I think the reason it's notable to me is because I think it's kind of sad that it ended up being a fan fiction, because I think it's a different story from the original that could just stand in its own right. But at the same time, if it didn't have that premise of being like a play on this story that everyone already knows, I don't think people would come to read it in the first place.
Is this a so-called progression fantasy variant of Harry Potter?
You know what? It's kind of the opposite. It's kind of a speed run of Harry Potter, which I kind of appreciate that they do that for the pacing. They'll blast between different scenes, and the whole, without really spoiling anything, the whole thing is over in his first year at Hogwarts. And it's not necessarily because he's like Omega hyper competent and everything. It's just kind of the way things end up playing out. But I like the pacing of this. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's not like you're signing up for something giant.
So is it like the story of Harry Potter, like, done differently? Like, what is this?
It is. So the big divergence in the timeline is basically that Harry's aunt that he's given to after his parents get murdered doesn't marry Vernon Dursley, who's like the big, just mean, horrible man. She marries kind of like this nice, smart, quaint little professor, I think at Oxford or whatever. And so I think that you can see that made a very big difference on like her as a person and who Harry ended up being. Like, he was actually always very well cared for. They let him do whatever extracurriculars he wanted. He read a lot of books. And so Harry is kind of like a child prodigy. He's very smart, which is kind of the big divergence. He ends up in Ravenclaw. But I think the big distinction I want to make is this isn't like Jimmy Neutron or Dexter goes to Hogwarts. he's not like an omega genius. Like, he can't invent stuff. He doesn't know everything under the sun. I think the book, he's just like rarely hyper rational about everything.
Huh.
He has like no inherent biases. He's very scientific, and I think the point of the book is it makes a big distinction between intelligence and like rationalization, I guess, because there's even moments where he's like, I wouldn't be able to beat my dad in a fight, not in a fight, in an argument, because he's like, my dad is so much smarter than me, he just knows these things I don't know. But there are sometimes Harry ends up being right anyway, where, for example, I think whenever they start getting shit like, oh, your son's gonna attend Hogwarts, his dad's like, I'm not even gonna like I'm not gonna fucking entertain this. And then the aunt was like, well, no, like, what if there's like a way we could show you the magic's real? And he's like, I'm not even gonna, like, no, like, I'm not gonna pretend for a fucking second that magic could be real. And Harry's like, okay, that's not very scientific thinking. Like, if she's saying there's a way we could verify it, we have to do it, right? And so it's just kind of interesting to see how he interacts with the magical world and like tries to understand it. But like, I think the first 4 chapters he's a little insufferable, which the other characters in the story think so too. For the first 4 or 5 chapters, he's kind of like that clip of Jamie Neutron where it's like, oh, it's sodium chloride, and the other characters are like, that's salt, dude. So I don't know. I think the main tagline for the story is, what do you think you know, and why do you think you know it? And I think it's just cool to see how Harry like challenges characters' beliefs. And the one character that kind of made me wish this story was like it just kind of its own original universe, and like, I don't know, it could stand on its own right, is how Draco's done in this story, because Harry and Draco actually kind of end up being friends.
Oh.
And Harry meets Ron, and he does stand up for him from bullies, and he's like, he's a good kid, but they just don't really make friends because Harry's like, I don't know, dog. He's just a little slow, and I'm not into the whole Quidditch thing, and he won't shove about Quidditch, and it's like, dog, I don't know. He does make friends with Draco, and it's kind of going all right, but he quickly learned, because every once in a while, Draco will let some kind of racist slip or something kind of fucked up, like talking about like, oh, my family could make that person disappear, and then Harry's like, oh, it's not actually a joke. And then Harry kind of eventually resolves to like, I want to fix Draco. I want to get to the core of what's going on with this guy. And yeah, I can fix him. And Draco actually ends up being this fascinating character, because Harry's like, so like, what's the whole deal with your family, with the blood purist, like mudbloods, we hate muggles, like what is the big deal? And so Draco lists all the stuff. He's like, oh, well, every generation our blood's getting, diluted, or the magic's gonna go away, and then soon there won't be any magic at all, and we're just gonna be crawling in the mud like muggles. And Harry's like, so like, that's what this is all hinged on. Everything, your dad, the blood pierce, everything is just hinged on the idea that, like, if the magic goes away, everyone's gonna have to live like muggles, and that's the end of the world, right? And Draco's like, yeah. And so Harry's like, I don't know what you think's been going on out there, but like, life's like, I was raised in the muggle world. It's really not that fucking bad. And I think like it's clear Draco was like spoon-fed propaganda of like maybe what it was like in the year 500, like in the Dark Ages or some shit, that Harry shows him like pictures of they went to the moon. And obviously Draco's like, okay, well, you can't tell me they're actually on the fucking moon, right?
Oh, he's one of those, huh?
He's like, you can't teleport anywhere you haven't been before, so that's how I know they're not on the fucking moon. But I don't know. I think most of the story is Harry challenging people's beliefs and stuff like that. But I think the best part of the whole book for me, which I haven't gotten to listening to it on this like re-listen, but Harry wants to get to the point, and he's basically giving Draco like science lessons at home. But Draco thinks Harry's teaching him like some secret ancient art that's going to be able to reveal
Look at me.
Dangerous truths or whatever, because that's the only way Harry could convince him.
The wizards. Man, we can't escape Harry Potter talk. So the wizards in Harry Potter don't know basic science. Like, is that?
No, legitimately they don't. Like, whenever, so
They don't need to.
They don't know we went to the fucking moon. He's like the most advanced, like, of advanced math teachers I've found at Hogwarts is like Trig. They know Trig.
That's such an interesting concept.
And so he does all kinds of stuff. Like, he gets a bag that, like, if you put anything into it, you can say what you want and it'll give you the item back. And so he gets some, like, galleons from the bank, which is like the gold coins that they use to buy stuff. And at first he, like, throws them in and he's like, gold. And so his gold coins come back. And then he tries saying other stuff like tokens of economic exchange, and they don't come back. And he's like, that's weird. And then he tells Professor McGonagall, he's like, okay, give me a bunch of words. One of the words is a word for gold in a language I don't know. And then I'm just going to say all the words and then wait for the coins to come up. And then he starts reciting the words and the coins come back. And he's like, so how does it not know what I mean when I say tokens of economic exchange? But how does it do know I want the coins when I say gold in a language that I don't even know the word means gold? And pretty much all the magic he encounters, he does this type of stuff. He gets a can of soda where once per can, something is guaranteed to make you spit, like, your drink out. Which happened. Every time he takes a drink, some just crazy shit happens and he spits his drink out. And he's like, what the fuck? Is this like is it like altering reality? Do I have like reality manipulating soda? He's like, what if I put a charm on myself so the only thing I would think is funny is getting $1 million, and then I drink the soda? Would that fucking work? But then, like, every time he thinks of doing it, he's like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to do that experiment later. And he ends up finding out later that it basically puts a charm on you that makes you want to drink it when something funny is about to happen. And then he finds that out and he's like, oh my god, I'm an idiot. But anyway, this is getting long. The last thing I want to say about it, the thing that made me like Draco's character so much is it's this whole thing where Harry's trying to teach him, like, is like the blood purity thing, like, is that like really real? But then at one point Harry's like, okay, look, dog, you know what? You've been living in the magic world your entire fucking life. I found out about it a few weeks ago, so you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I don't know shit. Let's just figure it out once and for all. And so Harry makes Draco do this whole survey where he asks, like, every student in all of Hogwarts about, like, their entire family line going back, like, 10 generations. And he gets, like, their test scores, how good they are at magic, all this stuff like that. And Draco calculates everything himself, and Harry's like, so what does the data say? And they're like, well, according to, like, the data, it looks like, well, there's not really any correlation between what your blood and your magical ability is. And then, like, Draco loses his fucking mind. He's like, you fucking tricked me. He's like, I just can't believe you would do this to me. He's like, you rigged it. And he's like, and Harry's like, Draco, like, you're the one who asked the people, you put all the numbers together, you calculated it, and then Draco tries to fucking murder him.
He taught the motherfucker how to do a simple census, and he just couldn't take it.
But you can tell, like, there's a bunch of this, like, internal strife going on with Draco, where his, like, whole worldview is crumbling while he's taking it out on Harry, and it's just like...
Man,
it's really cool characters, which makes me wish it was, like, its own story removed from being a fan fiction.
Oh, Bradley, I got some good news for you.
Oh, it exists.
Have you ever heard of the book called The Veiled Throne? The third
No.
book, the Lion
What
Dies.
the hell?
Oh, let's fucking go! Okay, that's another point.
Oh man, he will always move the agenda forward.
No, that's another point, though.
Here's the thing, Bradley. I'm just like, why did this have to be a Harry Potter? Like, who? Like,
That's what I'm saying.
who thinks of this? Who looks at Harry Potter and then goes like, I'm gonna make a story where scientific Harry, who's like, this is a different character. This is not Harry Potter anymore.
Yeah.
Teaches Malfoy the virtues of polling biases and like the scientific method. Like, who fucking thinks that? And then like says like, I'm gonna do a fan fiction. Fan fiction should be about making Harry and Draco kiss. Like, I thought that was the intent.
Oh, that's the thing. Like, the only other Harry Potter fanfiction I've ever known is I showed up late to Calculus 2 in college, so I sat in the back row, and I was like, oh my god, what did I miss? What are we talking about? And I look at the girl's laptop in front of me, and I read a sentence that's like, Harry led Draco into Snape or some shit like that. And I was like,
Whoa, he led her into Snape. That's too spicy.
But yeah, no, I had the same thought where I was like, I feel like there's so much going on and like such like an earnest message behind what's going on in the book that I wouldn't expect from a Harry Potter fanfiction. So I was like, whoa.
Is this recent, or like did it get a push recently? Because like in the corner of my mind, I read something about like someone reading a Harry Potter fanfiction, and it was like I didn't pay much attention about it because Harry Potter's lame, even though it's half of this podcast content. But it was like a sentence of like Harry ripping into Quidditch, and they were like, "This is so unrealistic for Harry to say."
Oh no, I think I posted that in the Discord
Was
because
that you?
I was reading it, and Harry was like, "Here's the thing about like," he's like, "My whole deal is like Quidditch is kind of fun." He's like, "My beef is just with the Seeker," because he's like, the rest of it makes sense, like it could be
That
a
was you.
sport.
That's exactly what I'm thinking of. Okay.
And he's like, the problem with the Seeker is he's like, you're not like playing off the other team, you're not playing off your own team, you're just kind of fucking around. And he's like, I feel like someone just invented a normal sport, but then pasted this position on top so one particular person could be the most important player.
I found this interaction, and then Joe reads, "That's not interactive, Harry Potter 2004." And then Bradley said, "Yeah, Harry Potter talks game design at GDC." And
That's basically what it looked like. Because that was the chapter where he was talking about Quidditch with Ron, and he was just like, "Dog, like I know you like Quidditch, but it's not a good game design."
Okay. I was like, where the fuck did I hear about some? Yeah, okay, that's so funny. Okay.
So anyway, that was fun.
I look forward to his GDC talk. It's gonna be great.
But yeah, that's about what I've been doing. I need to hop off Civ and hop on other stuff, especially because I think September, October is when a bunch of games are coming out.
Dope.
Bradley, I got a question.
Yes.
How many patches are you gonna let go by until you get on the ZZZ train?
Bradley, I did snoop on your account the other day, and I was like, oh man, you've made no progress since the last time I snooped.
Oh, but I haven't spent like any of my resources, so I'm just sitting on all of them.
He is.
As a quick ZZZ thingy, I've been keeping up, and I got Jane Doe today. Like,
I know, I'm impressed that you've been keeping up.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to keep up. Like, it's a very quick daily, and then like on a weekend day, sometimes I'll spend like 2 hours, and like you get a lot done with very little time in this game. So I appreciate that about it. It's good for someone balancing other hobbies. Kind of thing.
Soup for the soul.
Yeah, for sure. Good game. I'll do a quickie round of movies I watched. We're officially in the podcast now. Now we're 30 in. Is how we're gonna do. Somehow I'm gonna feel like these are gonna be shorter, but I have 4 movies to talk about. 2 of these I watched with Tyler. I'll start with the ones I watched alone. I watched these because I was watching the Super Eye Patch Wolf video on social anxiety horror, and he was talking about movies that were on my to-watch list, so I fast-forwarded them. One of them was Beau is Afraid. This is a very bizarre movie. It's... How does one even explain Beau is Afraid? It is a movie that takes Beau's anxieties and fears about life and constructs, like, very bizarre scenarios. But what I like about the movie is that there is a story there. Like, you ever watch one of those, like, surreal movies, and you're like, none of this matters because, like, I don't know if any of this is happening.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is all metaphorical. Like, is there even a character arc going on when it's this bizarre kind of thing? This movie, I don't get that from it because I feel like a lot of what's happening is happening, but Beau's inner, like, messed up mind is construing it into an absurd version of the events that could be happening. An example is, like, Beau lives in like a town where, like, people jump off the roof and, like, people, like, they commit suicide and people film it and go do a flip, and then, like, he'll go to people go to a taco stand and then get attacked by someone and murdered out on the streets. And, like, it's pandemonium all the time outside. And, like, that's how Beau views the outside world of, like, the street that he lives on. But, like, in my mind, my interpretation is, like, it's not that crazy. Like, these things aren't actually happening. He's just so afraid of the world that, like, he views, like, people he walks by on the street as, like, really dangerous individuals because he's that scared of the world. Like, that's the kind of, like, way that I interpret this movie, I think it's all up for interpretation. So I do think like a lot of the events are happening, and basically the story, as I take it, is Beau's mom is like dies one day, and he has to get to her funeral, and they have a very strenuous relationship, and he fails to get there. He gets in an accident. He ends up at a doctor's house who's like taking care of him because he's the one who like ran over a Beau, and like he's trying to get to the funeral, but like stuff keeps coming up with the doctor. He can't take him. The doctor's like daughter is crazy. Like stuff goes wrong with the daughter. Beau is manhunted by like an insane guy that lives with the family. He ends up at this play in the woods, and I'm like, some of this is happening, and like, but it's all just going crazier than Beau thinks it is. And yeah, a lot of like his anxieties just stem from the fact like that his mom told him when he was young that he can't have sex because his family lineage has a heart issue where like the moment that they consummate inside a woman, they will have a heart attack, and that has terrified Beau since he was a child to have like any relationships with anyone, and it's like bled into every aspect of his life. So it's like he comes to find out that that is not true, and his mom was just manipulating him in a very weird scene. And then it goes from there. I will say his dad's a real dick, and if you've ever seen the movie, you know what I mean. His mom is very manipulative. Spoiler, I don't know if any one of you is interested in this movie, but like, if you are, just stop me now. But I'll say,
I want to hear.
As a spoiler alert, like, the mom is not dead. She faked her death to prove that Beau doesn't care about her. She's like that kind of mom.
Jesus.
And I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe this happened. She's a rich woman. Like, some of this happened. And the movie does go into full surrealism for the final scene, where Beau sails away, and then he finds himself in like a tribunal in a cave, where a judge and his mother like judge him for everything he's ever done wrong in regards to his relationship with his mom. And it's like, okay, yeah, this is all internal. Good movie. Solid 4 out of 5. Very weird. Very, very out there, but it's pretty good. Then I watched All My Friends Hate Me. The premise of this movie is a guy hasn't hung out with his college friends in a while. He's turning 31, and they're all getting back together for his birthday party. So he used to be the party guy in college. He was like the leader of the group, and he hasn't hung out with these people. He's about to get engaged to his fiance. He's a very different person now. He's done a lot of volunteer work. He's matured a lot. He gets there. He finds that like his friends aren't really interested in the way that he's matured, and like it seems like he's lost his touch. He's not the funny guy he used to be, and his friends have brought a random person into the birthday weekend, a person that they met at the pub, and this person is kind of hogging the spotlight away from the main character in a way that's making him uncomfortable. He's the new funny guy. I mean, even who the fuck is this guy? It's my birthday weekend.
Yeah,
like,
for fuck's sake, Jesus.
Why did you make this guy part of the weekend? And then like weird stuff starts happening where like his friend seems to like start getting a little upset with like the main character's trying to make jokes. They're kind of bombing. Like the juice isn't there. And then like he'll say some stupid shit, and then he'll notice this new random guy writes something in a notebook. Every time the main character says something weird, it's like, what the fuck is he writing in that notebook when I bomb my jokes? Like, what is he doing? And yeah, like, he has some tensions. This new guy gets a little too close. Like, he's got a sense of humor that's very aggravating to the main character. It goes places, and it's like, this is an interesting movie. And Joe, did you watch that Super Eye Patch Wolf video that like talks about this movie by any chance? Actually, he's probably having internet issues right now, so he cannot respond. It's like the takeaway Super Eye Patch Wolf has, and that I feel like the movie wants you to have, is that the main character is too self-absorbed, and like he's changed. He hasn't like learned anything about his friends, and like he's like trying to talk too much about himself. He can't take a joke. Like it all comes down to like this new guy. There's nothing malicious going on. he's a guy that they got from the pub a while ago that they, like, when they were in college, they would play a game where they would add, like, a random person to their friend group for the night that they would get from a pub and, like, have adventures with them. And they found this guy again for the birthday party, and he doesn't recognize him. So, like, it's all in his head, right? He can't take a joke, yada yada. And it's like, and Super Eye Patch Wolf's, like, take on the movie is like, yeah, when you rewatch it, you realize the main character is super self-absorbed. But then you, like, I think that's the wrong take, and I think the movie doesn't even understand the movie that it made. Because, like, no, the reason why he didn't learn anything about his friends in this weekend is that at the start of the trip, he starts asking them about their life and their work, and they go, no, mate, it's an Irish movie, you can't be doing that, no talking about work, no talking about anything serious, it's a party weekend. So they already, like, shut down him getting to learn more about his friends right from the get-go. Yeah. And then, like, on the first night there, one of the girls is like, yeah, by the way, you're kind of doing really poorly right now. Like, it's like, who the fuck, like, if there's nothing malicious going on, why would you say that to him? Like, hey, you're kind of, like, not being cool right now, like, you're having a poor performance, is, like, her tone. It's like, what the, who says that? This movie is not all my friends hate me. This movie is I should hate all my friends. And I feel like, like, if that's intentional, that's a good movie. But, like, I think Super Eye Patch Wolf take on it is what the filmmakers intended, which makes me, like, not like it, because it's like the movie, I feel like the filmmaker didn't get it. But, like, if he did get it, it's brilliant and it's good. So, like, I'm in a weird spot with this movie that, it all depends on what the filmmakers really intended. Because they either succeeded really well or they kind of failed at it. Because the friends are assholes, dude. Like, in many times, they're the ones that wrong and they push the jokes too far. And, yeah, I don't know. It's a very interesting movie. I do think it's worth a watch. And, like, maybe my take on it is wrong, but I do think the friends are the assholes here, and they should be hated in that way.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. And then, I lost our Discord. There it is. And then I watched Paprika and Longlengs with my good buddy Tyler.
Coincidentally, they are the same movie.
Yeah, that was weird that they're the same movie.
We watched the same movie twice in a row.
Well, you can go here. What did you think of those movies?
I think I already removed Longlegs from my memory.
Okay.
I genuinely... Maybe my adult fruit snack was a little too strong at the time.
Uh-oh. There were... fruit snacks were involved.
Yeah, it's like... It's just a weird movie. Like,
okay, that
I would okay, so
it's a weird movie.
It's like if somebody, it's a movie that was made by somebody who was told the synopsis for the Zodiac Killer movie.
So, Longlegs is a horror movie that has like a detective plot on top of it. Like a Zodiac Killer Saw-ish kind of like side plot. That feels tacked on. Like, this is a movie where there's a weird, strange string of serial killings where, like, the father kills the family. There's no evidence of anything wrong with the father, and then he kills himself. There's no evidence of anyone entering the house, but there's always a letter in the house by someone called Longlegs. So it's like, ooh, how is this happening? Pretty early, they find a link that is, for all these families, the daughter has a birthday on the 14th. This is important. The crime doesn't always happen on the 14th, but it happens, like, up to 6 days before or after, so it makes, like, a pattern of, like, you can trace it down where all the crimes happened, and you can start guessing where the next one will happen. You can tell that this level of intrigue was added to the plot after the fact because the main detective... By the way, the main detective is a girl who's psychic. She knows things, so she can solve crimes. Kind of a neat, like, little gimmick.
She only does it, like, once. She only uses her psychic ability once and to not even good use.
No, she gets, like, psychic ways to link the clues here and there. It's, yeah...
That's called being a good detective, bro.
You know, she's got to stand. that's unformed. So like, she has a boss. The boss is like, "Hey, come meet my family." And then she goes to meet the family. She meets the daughter. The daughter's like, "Hey, mommy, can Lady Detective come to my birthday party?" And mommy's like, "Yeah, sure." So, what day do you think this girl's birthday will land on, based on what I just told you?
The 20th.
No, it's the 14th. And so it's like,
I think it was the 16th, actually.
No, the birthday is a 14th birthday because she's part of the killings. Like, the actual event it happens on the birthday this time. So, like, the main detective knows the birthday party now. She knows the girl's birthday date because she was invited to it. The dad knows the daughter's birthday date. They both are in on this crime investigation where they know that people targeted have a daughter that was born on the 14th. Never once comes up as a potential.
Oh, Willard, you missed it. Oh, you don't know.
What did I not know?
Okay, so all of this is surrounding like a group of devil worshippers, and that's like the main guy. It's
Nick
Nicolas Cage, by the way, Longlegs. He worships the devil and he does like voodoo magic.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a specific symbol in their devil worshipping guide that's kind of like a Triforce or some shit that they make sure is like their sign. It's like the devil cross for their church.
Mm-hmm.
And she has this specific calendar where she starts mapping out the birthdays of the people who have been murdered.
And it makes the symbol.
Yes, and it makes the symbol. So, like, it takes them a while to get to that point. So, like, the last one... So, it's like a what is it? It's like a Scantron she's filling out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To figure out the death times for the symbol, and she, like, folds it in half and does all this cryptology shit. And then she's like, "Oh, it's gonna be the birthday. I think the next one's on the 16th."
No, so it'll be a murder on the 16th.
Yes.
I think is the next one, and it does happen, I believe. But like all the daughters have the same birthday. It's on the 14th. Just
no,
like that.
Birthdays, like, if they were all on the 14th, then the symbol would have been a straight line. But it's
no, that's what I was saying. It happens up to 6 days before or after the 14th. But all the girls' birthdays are on the 14th. That is like the premise of that is the first link that they get on the crime. Of this, I'm certain.
Okay.
Who was more gummied up is the question right now, because I'm...
Anyway, what happened with this movie is they wrote half the movie, tried to get it sold to a production studio. They succeeded, and then Nicolas Cage said he wanted to be on the project midway through filming, so they refilmed Nicolas Cage around this entire movie.
And that's what I'm saying. They added like the hard detective elements after, and that's why that plot line doesn't, because they never once bring it up as a potential. It's like, hey, your daughter invited me to the birthday on the 14th. Like, I could have even taken nah, it's not gonna happen to me, man, kind of thing. They just never talk about it.
There is not a single scene in this movie where Nicolas Cage is in the same room in the same camera frame as our main two characters.
Even in the interrogation scene.
Correct. No, yeah, not even in the interrogation scene are they in the same scene.
That's goofy. That's very funny. Nicolas Cage is... So, I will point out also, Tyler's fiance guessed the main twist out of nothing. I'm actually so fucking pissed.
Again?
Yeah,
yes.
Again.
No, and like, at this I don't know how she guessed Malignant. Quite frankly, I don't believe it. I think Tyler's heightening that story. I was a witness to this one, so you have to take my word for it. Now, to be fair, it's like this is the villain off of nothing kind of guess. I'm just mad that she was right. And I even went out of my way to be like, no, Kelly, you're wrong this time. It's not going to happen again this time. She was fucking right. She was so right.
Okay, so she also did this again, and this is about to be One Piece spoilers, by the way, so if you're not caught up to Egghead, skip ahead.
Oh my god.
We're watching Egghead, And it's at the scene where York gets turned into stone.
No way.
Boa.
Yeah.
And as soon as that happens, she goes, I bet York is the traitor.
What the fuck?
And I'm like, the fuck are you smoking right now?
You know what's insane? We were there weekly. No one guessed York. In the community, everyone was like, it was Edison or Punk Records. Not a single goddamn person said York.
I know, Jesus.
That's crazy. You know, we were talking about detectives with paranormal abilities. That's Kelly. Like,
yeah,
that's fucked up.
This
dude.
is Nicolas Cage's third movie to come out this year.
Bro's working.
Dude, 2, 3, 4, 5. He was in 6 movies in 2023.
Jesus.
That's crazy.
I'm good for him. He's quite good these days.
Yeah, he works.
His work
He's always
ethic is very good.
Yeah, I will say for Nicolas Cage horror weird movies, Willy's Wonderland by far surpasses this one.
Haven't seen it. Very quickly, we watched Paprika. It is a weird movie about dream crimes and the dream world spilling into the real world. I didn't really like this one too much, which is a hot take.
That is a hot take considering how much you like Inception.
Yeah, no, I watched Perfect Blue by the same director. Perfect Blue is so... I fucking love Perfect Blue. That is a easy 5 out of 5 for me, even though we watched the dub. Big mistake. I wasn't that into Paprika. It was like a little too like what's the actual plot? Like they're a little too flimsy with like the abstract elements, which we were just talking about. I couldn't really connect with it personally. And I was in the right mindset for Paprika too, because stuff. But like, yeah, it just didn't work out.
Fruit snacks.
Yeah. I love Welch's.
He also did Paranoia Agent. That's the other thing that he did.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one, but that was part of the...
I think he died after that.
He is gone now. Rest in peace.
Damn.
Bro had some ideas.
He did. I think Paprika is more or less praised for its visuals more than its story.
The visuals are great. Like, there's a cool scene where Paprika, the character, jumps into a poster that has a motorcycle and like is riding the motorcycle. I like that. I like that kind of stuff.
It was a good fun movie. I think it all was very easy to make sense of.
I need to watch Perfect Blue because I know Willa recommended it to me.
So here's the thing.
More like
I will say
Pink
this.
Blue.
Perfect Blue has a lot of cuts in it, and I'm glad I watched the dub despite how shitty it is, because anime movies, at least like the older ones like that, are so well animated. I don't want to take my time to read.
That's a good point. Yeah.
That is the old like. I watch a lot of dubbed anime or subbed anime, and it's like it's two completely different worlds. Watching an anime subbed from the 90s and like anime sub now when it's like only their lips are moving. No, I mean, you've got like background characters, foreground characters. You've got like panning camera shots with people animated moving inside of them. It's crazy.
And I mean, like, I am a heretical, like, dub over sub guy if it's warranted. I just don't think in the 90s it was ever warranted. Like, yeah, it's just, it wasn't the time yet. Okay, Joe, tell me about some board games. Good lord.
Yes. Okay, so Tyler and I play a game called, we're going to run through these quite quickly, a game called Camel Up with some other friends of ours. This is a racing betting game where basically there are 6 camels on a track and they're going around one direction and you basically roll random dice every turn to see where the camels fall. However, it's not necessarily you having a camel that wins, it's you configuring the odds to win the most money. And going like, okay, I think this camel's going to be at this position or in first place at the end of this round this time. Or I think this camel's going to be in last place this round. And I think this camel's going to win the game or I'm going to lose the game. So you're doing a lot of risk and reward. At the same time, there are 2 wild camels that run the opposite direction of the track. And the way the camels work is that they can slot into each other and they stack on top of each other. So if a camel going the right way ends up on top of another camel, that camel that's going the opposite direction will take that camel back the opposite direction, and that can really fuck up your predictions on how you think the race is going to go. It's a lot of fun. It's really quick too. I think we played like 3 or 4 games of it in our like 2-hour time span that we had this board game cafe. It was a lot of fun. So it might get added to my collection later. But yeah, it's a fun, very silly game, very easy to understand. For my friend's birthday, we played a game called Marvel Zombies, and what this game is like, imagine just like a Muso game as a board game, basically.
Ooh.
Okay.
You're
talking my language.
So everyone plays a different zombified superhero who then has, and like you're basically just trying to like eat people. There's like a scenario book too where like it tells you like, oh, in this one you're trying to eat Doctor Strange, or you're trying to eat all the bystanders, and the bystanders are like side characters for like superhero stories. Like Mary Jane and Aunt May are a side character. Coulson's a side character. Jane Frost is a side character. So basically you're basically just like super powered zombies, and you're running around. But at the same time, the game is sending you waves of shield agents to come and kill you. And like there's like I don't want to say hundreds, but there's like 100 minis in this box when we bought it, and we used every single one of them. Like they just got poured onto the board, and they just come after you. And you level for every mini that you kill, you get an experience point, and so your character levels up, and you unlock new abilities. Like Tony Stark as a zombie, he has a ranged attack, so he can shoot into a square next to him. But when he hits with that ranged attack, he can push everything in that square to an adjacent square. So he ends up doing a lot of like board control. He eventually unlocks an ability where after he kills something in a square, he can then immediately move after doing his movement. So he ends up like doing this kiting thing with all this like these shield agents. And so you just have these big clumps of minis being moved around the battlefield all over the place. It's tons of fun. We played a 6-person game of this. We played 5 scenarios in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
It
was
actual fast-paced board game.
Yeah, incredibly quick to set up and tear down. Actually, tear down is a little bit more tedious because you have to put all the menus away. But setting up is super quick. Super easy to understand the rules. The only complaint I have is that your heroes are very simple. Like you don't have any choice on like how your hero like levels up. It's always the same time, and you only really have like 4 or 5 abilities. But what they're going for is like a really quick and fast paced big board game where it's like you hit that good middle ground of like something that's really crunchy, but also not necessarily a party game, but so you can support a lot of people and still keep the ball rolling. Keep going. I really, really liked it and enjoyed it. We're probably going to pick up another expansion for it that allows you to play as like the superhero, like the regular versions of them, and you can fight zombies instead, and gives you
that's fun.
And new books. Like it's the X-Men expansion, so I really want it because I want to play as like zombie Cyclops. And all the mold scopes are great. Like Cyclops as a zombie, his head's taken off, so he just holds his head in his hand to like shoot his laser beams. So, very fun, very cool game. I was honestly quite surprised by it. And then finally, I have Quacks of Quendelberg here. Quacks of Quendelberg is like a modern classic. This is a push your luck game. I don't know if you've played this, Willer, but I know we have people in our friend group that do have this game.
What's it called?
Quacks of Quendelberg.
No, this doesn't sound familiar.
So basically, you're all alchemists trying to like competing like in the market trying to sell the best potion. And so what you do is you have this black bag that you are not allowed to look in and you're not allowed to pour out at any point during the game. And so you reach into this bag and you pull out this chip and you get to place that chip so many spaces onto your pot. And you keep pulling out chips, and for every space you go up, that's an additional point you get. However, there are 7 white chips in your bag with different values in them. If you pull out white chips where the values of those white chips are bigger than 7, your pot explodes and you score no points. So it's a push your luck game of trying to do as much as like trying to get as much stuff in your pot. In between each round of like pulling stuff out of your bag,
you get to buy more things put into your bag from the shop, and each of those different tokens you can get have different abilities. Like the first round we played, there was a token that allowed you to look at, like, pull out another token immediately and choose the player or not. So it really allows you to fix your bag. But there are also other tokens that are like, hey, if you have exactly 7 points of white chips in the board, all of your point total score doubles, which is huge because that can just get you so far ahead, but you have no control over what is happening with your bag at that point. But you have to double down on that strategy. It's tons of fun, and it's very much like The Crew, where like everyone's just overly stressing at the table, and they're just like saying the wildest shit and cursing.
My
at
favorite
these, like,
kind of game.
yeah, where they're just cursing at these bags because they're like, I know this fucking green chip is in here. Where the fuck are you? There's 20 of these goddamn bastards in this bag, and I pulled nothing but white chips. It's just good. It's just funny and a great gag. Great game overall. The only problem I have with it only does 4 players without an expansion. And it's a game where everyone plays at the same time, so you could easily have like 6 people going at the same time. It wouldn't matter. It's just a component issue there. But
You can't like homebrew a more player version because it sounds pretty simple.
No, the more player version is just like you have more. The issue is like the number of chips that you have, not necessarily like anything else. It's like,
yeah, makes sense.
There would be a point where it's just like after one round, an entire color might be gone, because it's been so diluted by everyone else. It's a great game. I really like it, and there's like different like modularity to it that's really fun. I'll pick up the 5th player expansion when I get a chance, when it's single, because it's super easy. It's really easy to teach, and I just it's once again, it hits at that middle point of like crunchy enough, but not necessarily just a party game where we're just kind of doing antics. We all have like a goal in mind at the end there.
It's a tough balance to find, but
It is. It's hard to find them.
All right. You guys also played Slay the Spire board game. Tyler's been pretty excited about this one, as I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bought this game because I was looking all around town for it. I woke up for our local day, whatever day that was. I think it was like a Thursday or Friday. And I looked at our local shop and I go, oh, it's Slay the Spire board game. They have it in stock. And then I saw that the shop didn't open till like 2 p.m. I was on their website. I woke up at like 6 that morning and I go, oh, they have plenty in stock. You know what? I'll just buy it. I'll go to the store and buy it, like an idiot. They sold out at like noon as soon as it opened up. Yeah, I was a fool. So yeah, Slay the Spire board game, cool shop in Dallas. Common Ground Games had it in stock, and somebody from Dallas was coming down that weekend, so I bought it. They brought it down for me. Super good time.
I also the reason why Tyler knew it was in there is because I'm still subscribed to that shop's Discord, so I get notifications for them all the time, and it came up. I was like, hey, this is your best bet.
Joe,
getting this.
I go to that shop to play One Piece, and you know what's happening in that shop more than I do. I think that's so funny.
Yeah.
Good time. Anyway, Slay the Spire board game, it's literally just Slay the Spire in board game format, except you get to play it co-op with your friends, and it's really fucking fun. Like, I did not think co-op Slay the Spire was something I needed.
Yeah, it was shockingly how good of an implementation of Slay the Spire was. Like, I sat down, we finished. Like, when we and Tyler played it, we just did the first floor or act, right?
Yeah.
The act.
Yeah.
And Tyler was like, that was really good. I'm gonna have to pick this up when I get a chance, because it I don't do Kickstarter games like 90% of the time. Like, I'll kickstart Spirit Island stuff, and
Spirit Island's good. You played it,
right? Yeah. So it's just like, I'm gonna get it because it's gonna get added to the collection. But like, especially, I don't Kickstarter or buy anything that's tied into a video game. They have all been stinkers every time, basically.
Yeah.
So like, this is an honest shock that it did so good, and it's one of those things where it's like, why do we need a Slay the Spire board game card game? Because Slay the Spire is already one.
Yeah.
And to that respect, still kind of true, but only for the single player aspect. I think multiplayer in this game is really, really, really fun.
Like, this is not a game I'm going to open up and sit down and play by myself, because I'm like, I'm just gonna play Slay the Spire if I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
But playing with friends is extremely fun.
Yes.
It,
Go ahead.
they have a lot of adaptations they do for it too.
Mhm.
Like I don't think every game card is in the game is in this.
There's no way. There's some cards in there that you cannot do physically.
Yeah. Like Bouncing Flask, but they've adapted a lot of things for it. Like a lot of the randomness they've generated for combat is applied to a lot of the cards too. There's a lot of balance tweaks that I think are really nice. Like how they handle the Watcher's stances and everything, and the defects orbs generation. It's really cool.
You have lethal.
Yeah, like you have lethal still. The combat's really cool. I think that's my favorite part right now. Is how enemies are generated for co-op encounters. It feels very Spirit Island.
Yes.
To be honest.
Yeah, but and I think that's like the biggest marvel to it too is that like when you get into a combat encounter, it does not take long for you to set up the encounter and analyze the situation, which I think would be the biggest sticking point to this game, right? Would be like if we couldn't like if we have to do multiple combat encounters and we can't tear them down and set it up like in a quick, efficient manner, I don't think this game would survive. But they do it. They just basically just like fucking draw cards from the top of this deck and put them out in front of everyone and call it a day. And I think it's brilliant because it's so simple. Like, why make it even more complicated? And you just like live with the situation that happens to you. And I think that's great.
It is. Now, we also suppose Bradley played this.
It was very fun. We got to beat the whole thing.
What?
Yeah. So me, Bradley, and two other friends of ours. He was like, "Hey, I want to drive from Louisiana to Austin to play Slay the Spire in one weekend." And so I was like, "Yeah, let's fucking do it." So he did.
Good old Ryan.
Sat down at 6:30, and with an hour dinner break, I would say,
Yeah.
we finished around 2:30 in the morning.
Oh, it was so
See,
good.
that's quite the commitment. But if Bradley goes through all that and still says it's good, I think that really says it's good.
Oh my god, it's I don't know. It's just really fun to like theory. It's fun to theory craft and build.
It's a lot of teamwork. I don't know, man. We had the Slay the Spire soundtrack going in the background. It's a very casual game. I think it'll be fun to. So we did clear it. We unlocked several cards for all the character classes, and we like get to mark our achievements in my little booklet and everything. And I'm like, this person got this achievement. This person got that achievement. And so I'm excited to keep playing with the higher Ascension difficulties. I think, Joe, you will be a big fan of that.
Yes.
Especially like when we unlock the more difficult bosses. It'll be fun. I think it will be. There is a mechanic in it. So how that you lose the game is if anybody dies, Willer, you all automatically lose. But
pretty harsh.
Asterisk, if you're fighting a boss, it allows everybody to try and finish the boss off.
Yeah. I think that's a good rule. Honestly.
Yeah. But it's a house rule. They even say it. They go, this is an additional rule you can choose to use or not. But fun game. I look forward to the day where we all draw bricks in hand and look at each other and be like, well, guess that's the fucking run, and then we start over again.
You go, Tyler goes Wabunka, which
Wabunka.
That's a reference. I was gonna say, I think we finally found a game that has replaced fucking Seven Wonders as the game Tyler brings everywhere, just in case. Which is good.
This box is huge.
Hey, I have bringing Seven Wonders Ascension everywhere, which is the super casual version of it. Just I want to add that.
Okay, fair enough. And then when Slay the Spire 2 comes out with online co-op, is that going to be your auto game of the year, Tyler?
Slay the Spire 2 is not going to come out with co-op, but they will release the new character in it for like the new character. Yeah, the new class will be an expansion for the board game.
Oh, come on. They're going to make a co-op mode now that they've tested it with the game. Believe. believe.
I can see it. I think you could do it with like 2 players potentially as like a connection issue. Also, going to be entirely in Godot, because of the whole Unity scandal thing, which I think will be really interesting because that might be the first like huge Godot game, unless I am misremembering anything.
Godot, fuck yourself.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Which, speaking of video games that are tangentially related to board games, Joe, tell me about Warhammer 40K Space Marines 2.
Yes.
Okay. So, before we start, let me.
Joe almost beat this game within the 24-hour window. He's a horrifying human being.
I was gonna say he should be a games journalist because like he would do a full playthrough and have an informed decision before they could.
And
tutorial.
I know we're in a first ever recorded game journalist that can actually play the game well and engage with the mechanics. It would be revolutionary.
Okay, so 13 years ago, back in 2011,
Whoa.
I was talking to a friend of mine, and he was talking to me about like this setting and lore and stuff or whatever, and I was getting interested, and we were on the football field talking about this, and he's like, "Oh, I have a game you can play that would really show you what this is all about." I was like, "Okay, cool." He comes back the next game, and he hands me his copy of Space Marine 1. And that's the first time I actually got involved with Warhammer 40,000, like at all. So I played that game and I love that game. Am I still alive or am I dead?
You are living, yes.
Okay, it's been a tough time today. But that was the first time I got to experience anything that was Warhammer 40,000 and kind of like the gateway to this whole hobby that I've been doing for past like 13 years now, which is kind of crazy to think about. So Space Marine 2 comes out, direct sequel to Space Marine 1. Where do I even start with this game? I really, really like this game a lot. Like I've been excited for this game since like just the day where I announced it. Basically, I was like, fantastic. I really want to see how this sequel goes because it's been 13 years. And I think they did an incredible job of like taking that first game and bringing it to a modern setting and really showcasing what Warhammer 40,000 is like once again. So this game takes place 200 years after the first game. You play as Lieutenant Titus of the Ultramarines, and at the end of the first game, you are basically sent away for heresy because you touched a very strong, powerful magical rock, and you should have died when you touched it, but he did it, so he must be a heretic.
I
so
see.
They sent him away.
It's not that we lied about the rock; it's that he's a devil man.
Correct. So he gets sent away, and he joins a group of space marines called the Death Watch, which is like, it's both a punishment and an honor to be in. There's one of two ways you can go about it. Like, one, you do something so tremendously great that they're going to enhance your skills and you get an internship with them, or you have done something that is so dishonorable but not necessarily heretical that they need to send you away to straighten yourself up. So it's a really weird dual situation here, and Titus is on the latter half of that spectrum. And so he comes back to his Ultramarines, his original chapter, which is like basically his original family, and a lot has changed, and he is now having to like basically bear the guilt of dishonoring his like chapter and coming back here while also trying to keep it quiet. Really, the story of this game is super simple. There's nothing crazy about it, but I just love the character of Titus and how he's dealing with the situation. I put in our chat, there's like a lot of Catholic guilt energy coming from Titus.
Which, the more you get to know Joe, the more you get to know that he is like at least 15% Catholic guilt, part of his core being.
Correct. Like, it's just like, just doesn't go away. And so like, so he's just dealing with that a lot. And so he has really good moments with his two squad mates, and as they have to learn to trust him, and he has to learn to lead again, and yada yada yada. I don't want to get too much to the story, but gameplay wise, I think the combat in this game is so fucking good. I am having a blast. I'm playing on the hardest difficulty right now on the campaign. I'm in
Gamer.
the last.
You have to.
Yeah. I gotta. The thing is, like, if I play on the hardest difficulty, I never have to worry about doing all the lower difficulty achievements ever again in games like this.
Yeah.
So it's a very hard game at the highest difficulty. I think part of that is your AI companions don't necessarily will be as interactive or as active as like two other players that you're playing with, because the whole single player campaign is entirely co-opable. Like, you could just bring two friends with you and you can play the whole campaign with you. But you can direct them with like pinging enemies for them to go fight, or like this is who you need to fight, but it's not necessarily explicitly like told about to you in the game. You just have to like kind of go like, oh, I can ping them, and that makes them like look over there and start shooting them. It's kind of wild they didn't even say that. But the combat in this game basically is a hybrid mix of third-person shooter and a character action game. You like can very seamlessly flip between like hacking and slashing to shooting like instantly. Like, you hit the right bumper to start using your melee weapon. Each melee weapon in the game has like a different like combo list that you can do. Like, it's mixtures of like quick tap, long tap, pauses, stuff like that. So they're very simple combos, but each of those combos has like a unique use within your toolkit. Like, for the chainsword, for example, like your quick tap, long tap is a drop kick, which you use to push singular enemies off of you to give you space. Like, your quick tap, long tap is your like charge to bust out of groups of individuals.
That's cool that functionally they
they do different things. And then of course your quick tap, long tap is big stompy. It just does a big shockwave around your whole area, which knocks everything back. But it takes a long time to do, so you don't necessarily have like the time to execute it. So you have to keep mixing max. And in the highest difficulty, you've got to really get that shit down. Like, you will get punished if you get swarmed and you can't get out of it. So like, I think it's a huge improvement over like the first game, where the first game was a lot of just like pressing the button to do your attacks and then using the B button to stun opponents, which will allow you to like execute them or just keep wailing on them and stuff. There's also like a dueling focus mode where like you have like different enemies that have like that are just like they're more elite, and you also have to parry them, dodge them, kind of like in a Dark Souls game. So at the same time of like dealing with these giant swarms of enemies, you're dealing with these elite enemies. And when I say giant swarms, there's an achievement for killing 200 enemies in the game. I got that within the first 30 minutes of the game with just shooting and killing dudes.
Fair.
Like, no special effects. It's just like, you did it. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's like EDF Light. I get you.
Yeah. And so it's and so the other part of the combat is the health system, and this one's been like really controversial from what I can see on the online. It's only been 2 days, but like there's been a lot of pushback from some people not liking it. But basically, it's kind of like in a Halo Reach situation or a Halo original situation, where it's like you have a health bar and then you have like armor or like a barrier, right? So for your health bar, it uses the Bloodborne mechanic of contested health, where like after you get damaged, you have some time to deal damage back to recover that health. So it wants you to stay aggressive. Your armor points, however, you only replenish those armor points after you execute an enemy, and that can be really difficult because like you have to get to an enemy to a point where it's not necessarily fully dead, but where you can actually like execute them. And sometimes you just overcommit and kill somebody. Sometimes they're just on the other side of the map when you stun them. But to help you out there, they also have another mechanic called the gun strike. So after you do an attack that pushes away a small enemy that's like part of a swarm, they can be on the ground and be targeted for a gun strike, which allows your Space Marine to just take a pistol out and execute them while they're on the ground. It instantly kills that enemy and it replenishes your armor. And it's so sick every time you do it. It's like the most gangster thing of like, you push them, you're fucking dead, and you just shoot them in the face. You also get to do this with like when they do their jump attacks against you. You can parry their jump attacks, and you can like catch them mid-air.
I saw some of those. I was watching Joe play. Those look really cool.
Yeah, that was the thing. I was like, these people fucking get it. That is so cool, and every weapon has a different version of that. So like the chainsword, like it has to like cut through very slowly, to like get through the enemy, while the power sword just immediately slices through them, and then your space marine like flings it to the side to wipe the blood off the sword. It's so sick. But you can also do like bare hand catches as well. I'm at the last part of the campaign. The campaign's really short. It's like 10 hours long. It's nothing crazy. I did get stuck on one boss for like an hour because of the difficulty, and they had some geometry glitches, so I would try to dodge and I'd get stuck and get hit anyways, which was not fun. But the campaign to me is like solid. It's good. I think the key part of this game is the operations mode, and like the best way to describe these operations mode is something akin to like Left 4 Dead 2, where you go in and like you have these levels and it's the same levels every time, but based on your difficulty and just the run itself, you get a different mixture of enemies that you're fighting. So like you might run through an area the first time and it's just a big horde and some elite enemies and you kill them. The next time you run through that, they put a mini boss there and you have to now fight a mini boss and take him down like it's a whole boss battle essentially, which is really cool and adds some additional replayability. You also have 6 classes that are each different models you would buy from the Games Workshop store.
Oh, I bet you're nerding out about like that aspect.
Yeah, and so like they have like fairly accurate kits. There are some kits that you can equip to them that aren't necessarily like 100% accurate, but fit the theme of that model. So there's not really a reason why they wouldn't have it. It's more of like likely just a balance reason of things. But like each of those weapons has its own perk tree, as well as its own different weapons that all share the same perk tree. Each of those classes also have their own different talents, and I think there's like each class has about like 30 different talents in the game for you to unlock and to customize your character with. So like and their abilities can range from stuff very simple like, oh, you get 10% more damage on your primary weapon. But then they also get to stuff like after you execute an enemy, one of your teammates gets buffed and deals additional stun damage for the next 10 seconds. So you're constantly like playing off of each other the buffs and you're trying to coordinate like how you want to like get your team arranged. And all the classes they feel incredibly unique. The 2 that I've been playing are Tactical Marine and the Heavy Marine.
How many classes are there?
There's 6. So the Tactical Marine has a primary weapon, a secondary weapon, which is your pistol, and a melee weapon. And so you play the midfield of like, I'm going to shoot from long range, and then once I get close, I'm going to get into combat. The Heavy has no melee weapon and has to stay far away, or else if he gets swarmed, he's not going to be able to easily push off the rest of his enemies. So you have like great asymmetry of your co-op characters, and it's tons of fun. I played 3 operations last night with friends at the end of the night, and we like it was just there was just so much jolly cooperation. Like my friend was playing with the sniper whose whole shtick is that they take out the elite enemies, and so what he can do is that when he shoots them, they immediately get stunned, and so we can run up and execute them, so we can very easily like get through those hordes quicker because he's just sniping them away. However, his melee capabilities are not good, so we need to make sure the horde doesn't get up to him, or he's just kind of fucked at that point. So we're just constantly coordinating and like contributing to each other, and like, man, the enemy design in this game also great. I think they really did a great job of like faithfully recreating like the abilities that those models have on the tabletop, both visually and through their abilities. The card effects is fucking horrifying and does exactly as it does on a tabletop, which is just it runs at you and it does not stop running at you until you kill it. And it is so annoying. They also like I just did this battle before we did this podcast. You had to fight a Chaos Sorcerer, and that battle is so fucking sick. He's doing shit like he's making the ground beneath you like move in a motion like it's a wave, so like the whole ground is like moving in a wave pattern around you because he's like manipulating like the reality space that's happening while summoning guys.
That's very sick.
Yeah, and his faction, the Thousand Sons, have an ability where like after they shoot you a bunch, they cause you to hallucinate, so you start seeing enemies that aren't there, and sometimes they overlap your partners, so you will shoot your partners by accident. So it's like, it's just shenanigans, and it's so cool, and it's so like it's so faithful recreation of like what I think like this setting is like. It's like it's exactly what I wanted in terms of this game. I've like really dove into it. I'm gonna beat the game tonight, and then probably just dive into operations more tomorrow, and play more of. And so I'm excited. The only thing I haven't touched is the PvP yet. For no reason really, I just don't have any interest in doing the PvP, and that's just kind of it. I just it's like a third-party action game, so I'm not really sure like how good player versus player combat's going to be with this type of combat, but we'll see. I've seen some good things online from people saying it, but I'm gonna have to try it out later, unfortunately. But it's all very good. The only sticking point right now is that technically this game comes out on Monday, or the 9th, and it's the 6th. In order to play over the weekend, for this weekend, it was an additional $30-$40.
Is it worth?
It seems like it's worth.
For me, it was worth it. I am having a blast, and I'm so happy I get to play it this weekend. At the same time, like, if you have to get it Monday and then pick it up, I think it's still worth it, because that content's still going to be there. Like, you can play
for sure.
Yeah.
There's no getting behind. It's just, it's not. It's either buy it early access this Friday and have time to play it over the weekend, or it's. I think I might be salty specifically to me, or it's like, oh, you know what? Maybe by the time next weekend rolls around, I might have time to play it. You know?
So, like, Joe was talking about this. If it was a game I was as excited for as Joe is, and it, like, I was planning on probably getting DLC or the season pass anyways, because it comes with the season pass, right, Joe?
Yeah.
I would cave. I've already caved. Like, yeah, no questions. Fuck it.
Yeah, and, like, the thing is like, I'm so two ways about it, because for me, I was going to buy, like, the big edition anyways, so, like, regardless of what date it was going to come out. Like, it was just like, I'm getting this game, I'm going to get the premium edition, because, like, I've wanted a sequel to this game for 13 years, and it's finally come out. I was a completely different person back there. That's kind of crazy to think about. But, like, so, like, it's just, like, it's worth it to me. And the fact that it comes out on a weekend, and I get and my own personal want, like, happens to fall in with their scummy marketing scheme, happened to work out for me.
Yeah.
For, like, Tyler or...
That's what it
or
sounds
Bradley's
like,
Bradley's perspective, it kind of sucks. Like, and I totally get it. Like, I would not advocate spending $90 for this game that you have, like, no kind of, like, emotional investment into. Like, I can't justify that. There's just no way. But I can justify in saying that I think it's 100% worth the $60, $70 it is. Like, it's so much fun. And, like, Tyler's big sticking point is, like, there's only 6 PvE missions. My thing there is that I think those missions are so well done and the combat's so well done that I think it's worth it. And, like, I don't need, like, X amount of content in my game to enjoy my game, right?
Now, are they gonna add, like, more missions?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yeah. So, and all future gameplay content is free. So the new classes, new missions, new weapons are all going to be free.
Okay. It's like maybe you'll get bored of it a little quicker than expected, but you'll have stuff to come back to for free later. So.
Right, and that's the other thing I see. It's like one of those. It's like Pirate Warriors, right? Yeah. Where, like, I don't play Pirate Warriors every day, but, like, there's just some times where I'm like,
twice a year, you know, it's like, yeah, let's fucking go.
Yeah, I feel like leveling up Lucci or whoever this week. Let's do it. And that's the other thing too, is that those operation modes can be played offline, so you can play them by yourself if you want to. And so long as you're connected to the internet, your progress gets moved over, which is really, really cool. Also, your progress between PvE and PvP are shared. So, like, as you unlock stuff through PvE, you get it in PvP, which is kind of neat. Yeah. So, overall, A+ game. I love it. It's so much fun, and, like, I had to leave the house to run an errand, and it was just like, I could be playing Space Marine right now.
Oh,
and I
that's
take
fine.
it.
He's addicted.
It's like I could do this shit. But yeah, I really do recommend, I guess, to all of you, really. I think you would get some joy out of this game. The price point for y'all varies where you want to be, but I do think it's a game that I think you would all enjoy from some aspect.
Yeah, I really want it. I just wasn't sure about like $90.
Listen, it is what it is, unfortunately. Bradley, if you pick it up, this Monday, next week, 2 years from now, and you're like, I got Space Marine 2, I want to play some, I'll play it with you. Like, no doubt.
Let's fucking go. Because
I'll
yeah, it looks really fun.
I'll crump with you, sweetie.
It's so much fun. I had a great time. And then like after this, I'll probably text my friend to see if he wants to do any more tonight or tomorrow, but we'll see. But yeah, Space Marine 2, highly recommend. Incredible.
Peak. Sounds great.
Yep.
Man, when I joked about this being a 5-hour one? This is not because you went long. That was actually the right, you went short for what I expected. But then I'm like, woo! look at the time. Okay. I have been reading a little bit of manga, 2 series in particular. We're gonna talk quickly about Undead Unluck. Joe, I read the Ragnarok arc, to completion.
Yeah.
Joe has listed this as when the story starts, for reasons that were becoming increasingly obvious even as I was reaching up to it. I was like, yeah, okay, I see where this is going. But man, I if you remember last time we talked about it, I didn't really like part of that arc, where you're doing ruin seal stuff and they introduce that character Lucy, and I'm like, I'm not really engaged in any of this right now. And then last time I talked about it, I read the Rip and Latla fight, and I was like, oh, that was really good. And then I get back and we do the Nico fight, and I'm like, oh, that was really good. Even though the soul stuff was a little weird in that fight, but it doesn't matter. The character stuff was peak. And then you get to the Ragnarok proper. I didn't know the manga was like that. I apologize. I was not familiar with your game.
Yeah, like I said before, he has some short-term panel-to-panel stuff, chapter stuff that I think is flawed.
Yes.
I think his long-term game is really there.
Because, on a minor level, every arc has rushed parts in this story. Yeah. But on a macro level, that didn't feel rushed at all. It didn't feel like he rushed to get to this big turning point of the story. He set up all these breadcrumbs of okay, I see how this is all gonna feed into the second half of the story. And even though each arc had its weird pacing issues, and I can't believe they killed off one of the main characters and made it a Chinese zombie, and that's just what the story's gonna be like. Weird stuff that it's why did you write it this way? I'm into it, but who thinks that? And now it's oh, that's why. I see where we're going. And dude, those final scenes that last we have to give Fuko a minute. That shit is peak shonen. That shit is so good. Oh man, and it's everyone's here. You get Sun, right, and it's what I liked about it, Joe, is that it almost felt doable. Not at the moment, but it's this is apocalyptic, but I could see the good guys winning next time they try. And
it's we're this close.
Yeah. But then, in the final moments of that sequence, and then you see multiple suns at once, and you're oh, there's no hope. There is no fucking shot. And it's and then my favorite character comes back, and I was I hope, because, it's a character that is always there, but not, who I'm talking about, Joe. And then, they do the monologue, the outro to part 2, and just Martin Scorsese cinema meme, wonderful. And then you roll into the next chapter, the first character you see is him, and I'm oh man, next time I read this, it's gonna be so good. So I'm very excited from this point on.
I will say his
once again, his arc to arc stuff problems are still there, which is why it's like I need
that's
to
not
read
going
arcs.
anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to read those whole arcs because if I like stop and skip a chapter in a week, I'm going to forget everything. If not, even like between the weeks, I might forget. Like, it's
no, I
weird.
mean like we said it. Like Undead Unluck is a very flawed series, but it's like it's fun. It's good. It's a good time. It's a very unique time. Like
there's also a thing about it where like it doesn't the inverse of shonen, right? So like I feel like the darkest part of the story is over. Like a lot of times for shonen, it's like it gets darker and darker as the series goes on, right?
Sure.
I feel like he does the inverse. It's like we're gonna bring the darkest part, the darker and darker part, to the middle, and then we kind of come out of the valley here. In this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the second half has. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of sadness to be had, but yes, they're setting up to like the second half is going to make up for a lot of the darkness in the first half. But there's another story where that happens. It's called One Piece, where we build up to the biggest tragedy of the story, and now we're gonna like go to the end from there, like after the halfway point. So it's that kind of story. I still think this series is very Tyler core. Like, I don't know if you agree, Joe.
I think there's a lot of elements that Tyler would really like. I think there's a lot of elements he would hate as well.
What would he hate?
I think when one character just decides to be a villain is one of the parts he would hate.
Nah, he'd be like, whatever,
You don't
man.
think
He'd roll with it.
Fair enough. Although I will have to recommend the manga over the anime because they changed a very, very important scene for the worse.
Really?
In the anime. Remember Fuko with the gun?
Fuko's got a gun.
They don't have Fuko with the gun?
No, they don't do that.
Oh man, I mean it's a little edgy, so it's like I can see why. There's a scene where the main character of this manga, who's a sweet little girl, pulls up a revolver, goes to the Shueisha office, and holds a manga producer hostage for very important plot reasons. And like I'm not exaggerating, it's at Shueisha. It is exactly as I'm explaining it.
It's a really funny panel
great.
out of context.
Yeah.
Because she's also having a very casual conversation about manga as well.
So fun, man! I forgot the Bakuman arc, man. That's crazy. Yeah. We've gone so far. Like, no, I remember it for like my favorite character, but I forgot we did that. Like, we made a manga up in here. Anyways, Tyler, you should watch it because you like anime, and this is good stuff, and it'll be your next eat food while you do it. And the whole first season's out. Like, it's been out, I think. So
yeah.
And then little known series, like a little bit popular, kind of like you might have heard of it. My Hero Academia has ended. It's done. And
yeah.
Interesting.
So our opinions about it, Willer. How should I feel about My Hero Academia when I go to social light gatherings?
What I will say, yeah, when you're at the cocktail party and the talk about My Hero's ending pops up, just know that their takes are wrong. There's memes about this, and Tyler asked me the other day. He asked me an interesting question. He said, Willer, does Deku work at McDonald's at the end of My Hero Academia? And I had to say, no, Tyler. I think that a lot of people reading this manga are indeed 15 years old, and they don't know what it's like to be an adult for like even a single day of their lives, and they're like, oh, if you don't finish the manga as the greatest big dick, get all the bitches good guy, and you have like a normal job, your life is a failure, and you work at McDonald's.
Just like in real life.
Yeah, no, you just like in real life. But
yeah, that's pretty fair.
Deku has a very good ending. He never made any false promises to the reader, like people seem to say. He is literally the GOAT. Like, he saved the world in a massive way. And people are just being, like, immature about him and memeing about him, so it's like, I don't know. I'm not even the biggest My Hero fan. I think it's a very solid series, but, like, I've never been, like, a My Hero diehard. But it's like, People are going a little hard with this ending. Like, it's not bad at all.
He saved the world, but he didn't get his harem that we were building this whole time.
That's that's the takeaway, dude.
Not only does he not get the harem, but I saw this image of the final page, Willer.
Yeah.
And it's like Grenade Guy apparently might be with her.
No, not at all. Definitely not.
Yeah.
It is weird. Like, there is one weird element of the final chapter. It's like Deku hasn't talked to his friends in 8 years because they've been busy, and it's like, I get it. Just you'd like it.
That does not make any sense. Okay, he ends up as a teacher at UA, right?
Yes.
Do you know how many professional hero organizations that school talks to on the fucking daily?
I agree. That's the part where it's like, maybe, like, Horikoshi just kind of, like, oversold how bad, like, because when you graduate, like, you lose track of people, but, like, Deku would have talked to these people. They fought in a war together. Yeah,
they have
like,
text messages.
they have Discord. They have Discord in this world. Like, the main antagonist of My Hero Academia became a bad guy because he played League of Legends. Literally, League of Legends. They don't, like, make a fake name for it. He was a gamer who got pissed at League of Legends. Like,
that's funny.
That's not the motivation, but you can be like, yeah, that contributed to you being a psychopath. So it's like, so they have Discord, all to say. So I don't know. That's the one thing that I think is a little annoying. I won't say like anything, like no details or anything, because Bradley is now going through My Hero.
Yes.
So we'll see how he takes it. Like, all in all, the final arc, messy, long, has some weak stretches, also has some peak stretches. But if that's not, like, the definition of My Hero to me, like, having some of the greatest chapters and then, like, some emotional moments that come off as too cheesy or too underbaked, that happens throughout the whole series, where, like, some stuff just doesn't land the way that I feel like Horikoshi wants it to land. But I've always admired him because he's, like, that's a writer that really sticks to his vision. And, like, when everyone was exhausted by the war arc, he didn't really speed it up. He's like, I'm going to draw everything I wanted to draw in this storyline. And, like, some things may seem like a little underdeveloped, but, like, he cut nothing out. When people were pissed and it's like, why are we wasting time on this? He stuck to his guns, and I can really appreciate that because, like, he fucking finished the damn thing with all this pressure, with all this negativity. Meanwhile, like Game of Thrones guy is in the writer's block of the century. He will never finish that book, and it's like, it's tough. It's tough to make an ending, especially when you have that much negativity going towards you. So, like, when that happens to, like, stories like Bleach or Naruto or My Hero, it's like, hey man, they kept charging on weekly in all those stories, especially, like, I think Bleach actually has a very good final arc, but, like, Naruto, some of the best stuff is at the ending, like, even with all the stumbles there at that last arc. So it's like, they like, let them cook, and I really appreciate them for cooking. So it was fun. It was fun following My Hero. Not really interested in a follow-up series, but I think it's, like, nearly confirmed that there will be. I want to say some other stuff about Deku, but I don't want to spoil Bradley. So yeah, I'm just interested to see if they do anything else with Deku. But I think that's an evergreen world. Like, there's a lot of stuff they could still do with
They already
it.
have a spin-off series.
Yeah, it would be the second spin-off, or maybe it's like a sequel series.
Yeah.
So we'll see how
It'd
it
be
goes.
really funny if they have a spin-off series that gets as weird of a reputation as Boruto does.
Boruto's weird, man.
Boruto is
just some shitpost stuff that Tyler tells me about, like, every 6 months, and I'm like, there's no way that happened.
The anime has a canon picture of Sasuke standing next to a velociraptor.
I saw that, dude. What the fuck? What is going on?
That is in the anime.
Yeah, but Naruto World's always been weird, because, like, in canon, you cut back to other villages, and they're driving cars and watching televisions, and you're like, what is the technology of this world? So bizarre. Okay, Deadlock is come out, but not really, but it has, so Tyler, you've been playing that.
Deadlock is Valve's newest game. It's
Yes.
made by led by the guy who made Dota.
Yep, Ice Frog.
Yep. It is a third-person MOBA. I'm not even going to call it a hero shooter because it doesn't deserve to be slandered like that.
It is a MOBA for sure.
Yeah. It's Battleborn.
Yeah.
But actually marketed correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is 100% has by marketed correctly you mean no marketing?
That's what I was just gonna say. The correct marketing was not. It's just word of mouth.
The marketing was, are you in the beta, bro? Are you in?
True.
Are you in? Are you playing?
But I mean, is there anything better than that? It's free. It's literally free.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally just free right now. There's not even like a menu for. So like, here's the fucked up thing. I'll say this, okay? They have such a huge advantage because they have like no market store monetization anywhere lined up in this alpha, beta, whatever you want to call it. It's just raw. Here's a fucking game that this guy made in the basement of Valve World. Because Valve doesn't make money from making games. They just get to make whatever they want.
Infinite
they
budget.
They are literally infinite budget, infinite people. Do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
Kind
of sick. It's a one in like nothing. No other studio will ever be like that because Valve glitched the system by being like, oh, we're gonna be the one marketplace forever. We're
by accident.
Yeah.
Like they just no other studio could have the capacity to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
Like they couldn't even if they tried. Like no balls.
Which I was telling like one of our friends who's like really into Valve and Steam games. I was like, you would think that like they would produce more interesting concepts more often, but like it is what it is. Like you would think a studio like that would make the wildest, most interesting video games of all time, but that's not quite how they do it. I know Half-Life Alyx was like pretty interesting for what it is, but like yeah, it's cool to see them
Half-Life
put
Alyx was just made to sell Valve indexes.
But apparently like it did a good job like at being what it is. So
yeah, I think it's just also one of those things where like I think they just know that they're in a very that you would think they're in a very strong situation, but they're also in a very precarious situation, right? Where like if Valve does something or releases something that takes the faith away from them in Steam, that could be like a real upending of their market share.
There's
right.
Okay, there's nothing they could release that takes Steam away from Steam. Like no, you're not gonna go to the Epic Game Store. You're just not. You're
no, but like, but it's also one of those things like better play it safer than not. Right? Yeah. Like, it's like, why release, like, a bunch of bad games and then kind of, like, get marketed as, like, oh, that's just the place where you buy stuff, and rather than just keep in the good graces and keep this, like, holy symbol look to you, and just only release bangers. And the games you know people are going to want and buy and get involved with, right?
I guess.
And, like, they released Artifact. Does anyone know what fucking Artifact is in this podcast?
It was the card game. You talked about it on this podcast.
Did I? I can't remember.
Yep, we've been doing it that long, dog.
Yeah, dog. Yeah. We're ancient.
But, like, Artifact has been, like, the one flop from Valve that I can think of in years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, like, no one gave a shit. Like, if
but
Valve...
here's the thing.
Anyways.
I will say, Artifact had a shit ton of marketing on it.
It did.
Tons.
That's true.
Maybe I think that's why it failed. Hot take.
Yeah. Too much pressure.
Yeah, maybe.
I just, it's one of those things where, like, I could see like when Gabe Newell like dies or steps away and someone else takes over the company and can just start fucking up real bad.
It will.
Like, yeah.
Name any successful takeover ever in the history of history.
I don't know.
I can't.
Don't put me on the spot, Doug.
Leave that in the comments. That's the question of the podcast.
Yeah, it's question of the day for you guys.
Yeah.
But anyways, Deadlock.
Looks cool.
Oh, yeah, the game we're talking about. It's got a nice roster of characters. Nobody looks crazy.
The character designs are pretty fucking bad, in my opinion. But
I would say the character designs for this game has no Rule 34 artist running to create content for them.
So, in other words, it is made by the Dota team, for sure.
Yeah.
That has a lot of Rule 34. I don't know.
Reluctantly, I'm sure. Have you seen those characters?
Yeah, Dota is still my #1 most played game on Steam.
I was there. It's cool. It has good pacing. It has nice snowballing that is reminiscent of early MOBAs, where it's like, oh, you're only 2K ahead of the other team. You're fed as fuck. and you like just delete people as soon as they show up on screen. It feels very nice, reminiscent of that, of like old school MOBAs where it doesn't really cater to friendliness. So sometimes you have games where you're like, at the end of each game, it's like, did you have a good time? You're like, no, I fucking didn't. I left spawn and got killed 20 times. And then there are games where you're like, it's like, did you have a good time? I'm like, yeah, I never went back to spawn once, and I got like 20 kills.
Do they have a courier in this?
No fucking courier. They have midpoint shops, so at your first turret,
Okay.
before your first turret is destroyed, there's a shop right next to your turret.
Okay.
Kind of wild.
So you have access to that at there's 4 lanes. Every lane has one of these shops at the first turret, and then there is a central shop in each jungle that both teams have access to.
So they really want you to stay there. They don't want you to go back ever.
Yeah, the tanky characters have some nice regen on them. The squishy characters don't, kind of iffy. It's got a few systems in place that are a little weird named, like Spirit is their magic system, but every character uses Spirit, and then they have bullet damage, which is basically your gun because it has a crosshair. You are shooting things. Yeah. You have a denial system. Each character has a different weapon, which is very nice. So it's like you have fall-off bullet ranges that you have to know about for each character or be aware of. So like some characters have snipers and like bow and arrow bullets. Some characters have like one-handed shotguns and they're like tankier and want to be in closer. It has your typical item actives like you have from Dota. It also has items that enhance specific skills. Also, self-buffs that proc that you attach to skills. Like, there's one weapon that I get a lot on the character I've been playing where whenever you use this skill, it instantly reloads your gun. It's got a jungle that isn't being really utilized by any specific character right now. The jungle's a little bit weird. They have, like, crates and breakable objects throughout the jungles or the city streets, and if you shoot them and break them, they have a chance of spawning additional stat buffs, like your ammo shoots fast, like 4% faster, 4% more ammo capacity, 3% health, here's extra money, shit like that. And I think that's pretty cool. It's cool. They have kind of a teleport system. So, like in Dota, you know, like if you want to buy, you have to go all the way back to the shop or use the courier. They have like these zip lines that you use to get in and out of lanes. And they have a teleport feature where it's like on a 3-minute cooldown, you can zip back and forth really fast. Destroying bases is chaotic, I'll say. There's 2 inhibitors, and the Nexus has 2 phases to it, and you have to destroy both inhibitors to start attacking the Nexus, which is kind of wild. It's weird. It's super weird. It's different. I like it. They are long games. They're like 20 to 30 minutes. We have been in some 45 to 50-minute games so far, where it's like we're at each other's bases, like pushing back and forth. There's like 60k money in the game. I mean, you only get to those types of lengths of games because the people that I'm playing with and myself are bad at it. Like, people who are good at MOBAs don't have 50-minute long games. They have 20 to 30-minute long games. I'm not saying we're good and have those. I'm just saying that's the typical flow. I will say the character designs are more on the Dota spectrum of abilities, Joe. So, like, one character's ultimate is you just swap their HPs. Like, that's it.
I heard about that last night.
Yeah,
that's pretty wacky.
You just instantly swap your HP with the tank, and you do 2,300 damage to them instantly, and it's like, oh, cool, yeah, you get that.
I used to play a character in Dota called Vengeful Spirit, and her ability was you just get to swap places with a character. That could be any character, your opponent or yours, your friendlies. So it's like, so I would bait people into the river, and my fed teammate would be up there on the ledge. I'd bait whoever we were trying to kill, and then I just swap them in.
to go and kill them in the river.
Or if someone's being a little shit, you dive, and then you just swap with them, and they get murdered.
100%. I have also done that.
Fucked up.
It's so good. But yeah, no. The thing about Dota, and I guess Ice Frog, is that they just do that weird kind of wacky stuff. Like, I know in Dota, there's also another character called Pangolin. I think that's his name. He's like an armadillo, and he just turns into a sonic ball and bounces around, and like you have to control him. Like, he'll hit a wall and bounce off the wall, and you have to like right click to control this motherfucker.
That character's in this game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. His name is like Substance or something, or I actually, what's the name of this game we're talking about again?
Deadlock.
Yeah, Deadlock. There's a character. He looks like Zack from League of Legends.
Yeah.
He is just a pile of. He's like. Imagine if an astronaut was made out of green goop, like green slime from Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
Yeah. His name is Viscous. And it's like he looks like a crewmate suit. He's got a space suit. He's covered in green goop, and he turns into a ball. His ultimate is called Goo Ball, and you just roll around as a big goo ball. He also has a move called the Cube, and you can put your allies in a cube. It only affects your allies. Oh, and it makes it's like a Zonya's hourglass on your allies.
Interesting.
So you heal them, you remove their debuffs, but the cube slides. So if your ally was like sprinting and mid dash forward, you'll cube them, and then they'll just slide into the enemy team.
That's funny.
And then the enemy team will surround them and just fucking kill them.
Is that the ice guy? Like you get put in like an ice cube?
No, fuck the ice guy. I hate that guy.
No, it's the slime guy, the viscous guy.
Okay, then I guess I would play the ice guy if I played, because I'm a predictable man.
There's a character, he doesn't make him into a cube, but there's another character in Dota. His ultimate is that he just makes a bubble, and he's the only one that can move in the bubble, including your teammates. So everyone's just stuck there, frozen for like a solid, like, I think at max level it can go up to 10 seconds.
Why do they make so many anti-fun like abilities?
No, Joe. Not only does that character have that ability, Joe, Willer, he has no damaging abilities.
Oh, that's cool though.
Christ.
No, in Dota, right?
Oh no, that guy's fucking fat as fuck. That guy's a hell carry. He goes in there and just bashes people like Dio.
Yes, but he has no damaging abilities. They're all crowd control.
Correct.
He has 4 non-damaging CC abilities.
Doesn't matter. He shows up and donuts you with the world.
It's
true. Does.
He runs in there like he only has like movement based abilities, so you can only right click for damage. That is correct.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Deadlock is cool. I look forward to see if they do anything with it. I don't know if they will.
I mean, I don't know. It just is only one of the most talked about games at this moment. Like, Sage Jam's even playing it at like 130 hours.
Yeah, they're addicts out here.
Yeah, that's a lot. I don't think it's that fun.
Dude, streamers have, they have time. They got the time with their hands.
Yeah.
Man, I'm looking at Steam charts. The second most played game right now is a game called Banana.
What?
It is called Banana. It's free to play and has 350,000 players playing right now.
Damn.
Is this like a Suika game?
It's a clicker game. And banana, you click the banana to gain more bananas. Every 3, you get a dropped banana. Each banana is also made by the community in Discord. Come hang out with us.
Cute.
It's an NFT farming game.
Yeah.
It's going to be the next week of streamer content.
Oh,
yeah, it'll go way quick.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Joe. I will say actually about Deadlock before we close out. I think Bradley and this seems like a Bradley and Emily game because y'all like your MOBAs and shit.
I was wondering about it because it's made by Valve and they don't make games every day.
Yeah.
I would love to play Deadlock, but my current living situation doesn't have me close to my computer. So one day maybe a full release. Yeah.
Joe, just get a Steam Deck and then play it on your Steam Deck.
Ooh, good thought.
Yeah. You should just get a Steam Deck because it's the fucking best. All right, Joe, tell me about Star Wars Outlaws.
Okay, so and I've actually beaten Star Wars Outlaws. This is the next game from Ubisoft. It is as marketed by Ubisoft.
the first open world Star Wars game. You play Kay Vess. She is a scoundrel. She is a smuggler. She is a outlaw. In the galaxy. So I bought this game, $75. I think this is a really solid $40 game. I'm not saying I didn't like it. I did like it.
You're saying it's a wait for a sale.
Yeah, for sure. And like the biggest sticking point I want to say about this game is that it really refreshes the Ubisoft open world formula in a positive way.
Huh.
The maps, like when you get to a new area, it's not littered with like locations to go to. It doesn't have like, oh, you have to climb the top of this tower and you get to reveal the rest of the map. Like, in order for you to find locations, you have to go and just talk to people in the world. Like, you'll go up to a bar, you'll talk to the bartender, and hey, we'll just start talking to him, and she's just like, hey, I'm looking for someone that can teach me how to play cards or sabacc. Like, do you know anybody? And he's like, yeah, there's this gambling parlor that's around the corner. Go there, and I'm sure someone can like really help you out there. And it puts a ping on your like map, and like it doesn't even give you like a quest. Like, it doesn't even like mark as a quest. It just marks as a point of interest for you to go to. And so you have to from your own volition go over there and just check out what that location's like. And it's like, oh wow, they did it. They figured out how to make exploration
it's
fun.
So funny that they ruined this industry and then they're like, shit we gotta get some goodwill back.
So from like an immersion standpoint, a great Star Wars game. Like it felt like it really much like going to bars, going in and playing like sabacc, and you learn as you play the game. You figure out ways to like cheat at the card game, which are like their own mini games in themselves while you're playing. So you really get that scoundrel kind of like archetype of like, yeah, I'm going to this table with this like high roller guy, and I'm gonna scam out of his money because I know how to fix the deck.
And then if things go wrong, do you get to shoot first? Ha ha ha.
You do. Like if things go wrong, like shit goes wild. You get thrown out, and then you might even like if it's with the wrong person, get like a bounty placed on your head. So I think from that standpoint, I really enjoyed there. Kay as a character is a great character. I love her. The voice acting for her is phenomenal. She isn't confident. She's really trying to like the whole plot of it is that she's trying to get off her original like her home planet because she's poor. Like she lives in a shitty neighborhood. She doesn't have a job, and like she lives in Canto Bight, which if any of y'all remember is the gambling planet from The Last Jedi.
The worst part of that movie. Like the only part of that movie I don't like.
yeah. So it's like oh okay. So she escapes from there and she steals a starship, and then she crash lands. She's like, all right, I'm gonna make a name for myself and become an outlaw. And I really came to love her. I really like her as a character. She was super charming. She like doesn't have the suaveness of Han Solo, but is getting there, especially near the end. She has this pet called Nyx, who is this axolotl dog cat hybrid thing. This thing is the cutest thing I've ever seen in Star Wars. It is so adorable, and like the way you like buff your pet is there are some food stands in each different like city, and when you go to the food stands, you do like a quick time event where you and him are eating this food together. And it's just like a really cool character moment. I was like, oh, it's kind of ridiculous you made this whole thing a quick time event. These are long. They're like 5 minutes long. It's wild.
What?
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Like I sat here, I was like, oh, this will be quick. And I was like, what the fuck? Why is this going on forever? So like, but they're very like sweet character scenes that really like showcase that connection that Kay has to this pet. So I think that's really good. On the more negative sides of things, I think everything else in this game is like as shallow as a puddle in the side of the road after a rainstorm. This is from the Division developers, Massive. So they're a cover-based shooter studio, and the shooting and cover-based system is okay. Like it's like whatever. There's nothing crazy about it. It's very much. It feels like I wouldn't say half baked, but like they just like, all right, We got shooting into the game. You pull the trigger, and the gun shoots, and you can crouch behind cover. We did it, gang. Feature done. Let's move on to the next thing. And that's what it kind of feels like for a lot of this stuff. And so, like, when you actually get into the nitty-gritty detail of the gameplay, it's just, like, not that engaging. Especially compared to Space Marine 2, where it felt like they really went through iterations and, like, how do we want to swing this sword? How do we want this gun to function? This just feels like, just, you know, you can pick up a blaster, and it's a machine gun. Or you get to pick up this blaster, and it's a machine gun. Or you get to pick up this blaster, and it's a machine gun. Like, it's just incredibly basic and simple. The stealth is also just like, it's whatever. It's like the most minimal stealth you could ever do in a game. And at one point, someone was like, I saw in the comments somewhere, it's like, I think I'm going crazy, but I think this game is just Watch Dogs again. But instead of hacking stuff, you send your little pet to go open the doors and distract guards and stuff like that. And I thought that was a really funny but very apt description.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, like, whatever. Like, the gameplay's not that deep. I think the most wasted potential in this game, though, is the faction system. So there are 4 different syndicate factions in the game. And whenever you do, like, a side quest for a game, it's associated to a faction. And when you get to the end of that side quest, you have an option to, like, finish the side quest for that faction, or you can betray them and give the money or the information or the cargo to another faction and boost your reputation with them while degrading your reputation with this other one. And like, the whole idea behind it was that, like, oh, you might be working for the Hutts and be doing really well with them, but all of their business is going right up against the Pikes, and now the Pikes hate you and they're hunting you down. I have never been hated by a faction. It's way too easy to balance everything together and just be like, okay. And I'm playing on, like, the hardest difficulty too, and it's just like, okay, like, this really is a non-factor. It's a non-factor in terms of, like, actual, like, component of the game. And it's really disappointing because I think that'd be a really good feature, because, like, early on in the game, I only knew the Pike faction, and I made the choice to tell them to fuck off, only to find out that they controlled this world, so mass chunks of the pieces of the world I wasn't allowed to go to without getting shot, and I had to sneak my way through. I'm like, that's really cool, that's really engaging, but then when I started playing the game, I realized, like, there's not a lot of ways for you to actually lose reputation with these other factions. And I just, like, you could make it so much harder. Like, you get caught trespassing in places you're not supposed to go by a faction, even if you're good with them, and they throw you out, you can just turn right back around and go back in, and they won't do anything about it. Like, nothing changes. Like, it should be an instant, like, you're banned from this place, or, like, you get a huge reputation hit. But it's so light and such a gentle touch that it's like,
look, man,
why have it at all?
You're playing an Ubisoft open world game.
Oh, I know.
Enjoy your 7 out of 10 made by a committee, tested to fuck to be the most seamless, like, no one's gonna be upset at this experience, and just have fun.
Yeah. No, like, I had fun. I knew what I was getting into. Like, I knew it was going to be like this, but it was just, like, one of those things. It's like, you're so close to greatness. Like, this close. It's this.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, whatever. That being said, I had a fun time with it. I really enjoyed it. I think the story came together really well in the last, like, third of the game. I really appreciated it. But yeah, definitely, like, a solid, like, $30 to $40 game, or get it for free later on, like, Game Pass or something like that.
All right. I can go.
Yes.
This will be quick because, weirdly enough, this is a game I don't want to say too much about yet. Earth Defense Force 6 is a game that came out. I've been very dutifully, like, doing a couple missions every couple night, making my way through the massive campaign that is this game. I've been playing this some with Tyler and our friend Keith. Tyler, what are your thoughts on Earth Defense Force 6 in this year of horde shooters and all sorts of different games? How does this game stack up, this weird creation?
It's as fun as Earth Defense Force 5. I just have to take it in parts.
Yes, it's very long, and it's hard to get the crew together. However,
Mm-hmm.
God, this goes places.
It does. Like, I get to jump, like a quarter of a mile into the air on the heaviest class in the game. They're like, Tyler, why are you on top of the spaceship, Tyler? You're not the flying class, Tyler.
Actually shocked at how high Tyler gets when he plays this game, and I mean that altitude-wise. They've made some good changes. It's a more Earth Defense Force. They've made some good changes to the classes. They have like more equipment you can bring towards the missions at once. Like there's like backpack slots on a lot of the classes. Mobility on the Fencer is a lot more streamlined, and that's like the heavy class Tyler likes to play. The Rangers and the Wing Divers, they have like the backpack slot that lets them do more stuff. The Aerator like has some fun new drones that they get to play around with, as well as like all their vehicles. It's great. To me, this is the best Earth Defense Force. But then like, I think what's exciting about this game is actually the enemy variety and design and the story, which is not what I expected. This game has some of the most fun enemies I've ever fought in a shooter, which is kind of weird. You think of Earth Defense Force and you just think of 1,000 ants. And yes, those are there.
It is.
But the enemy list in this game is actually quite big. And then there's like variant enemies that will have you like playing a little different. But like, and like Tyler hasn't seen like even a fraction of them, and it's like,
dude, I don't even like the ones that I have seen.
There's these like new androids that they introduced really early, and like their whole thing is like they have very spindly legs and then big teardrop shaped heads, and like it's hard to shoot their limbs, so you have to aim for that like head. But they shoot like these little like Attack on Titan grappling hooks at you. They shoot 2 at a time, and they will like you get swarmed by these guys. But what you can do is you can shoot those attacks out of the air, which makes for like a very simple but like interactive way that you're combating these enemies, where like you're trying to time your shots to like knock away their hits, get some hits in, time your reloads, so that way like you have something to shoot at their attacks to stop it. That's like one of the simplest enemies in the game. Later on, there's an enemy called the Cruels. God, I don't want to say too much about them because I still have the hope that one day, like, Heath and Tyler get to experience these, like, spoiler-free. There's some enemies that just make me fucking laugh. And then there's just some that, like, have so many, like, ongoing mechanics and, like, interesting ways that you fight them as a team that I'm like, a game this stupid shouldn't be producing the seamless level of, like, strategy and cooperation that it does. Like, You look at EDF and you're just like, yeah, just bomb everything, burninate the countryside. But it's kind of surprising how often you have to, like, go back to character select, change your loadout completely, and, like, work as a team and, like, fight in very, like, smart waves to not get overwhelmed. Like, there was a mission I did with Tyler and Keith where there's, like, just so many drones. And within these drones, there's, like, a couple red drones that are, like, way scarier than the normal drones. And like I think Tyler said it best, it's like if we aggroed one more, if there was like a single more red drone and we aggroed it, we would have lost that mission because we were cutting it so close from just getting absolutely fucked by lasers from all directions. I did a mission that is like you're in a cave. I did this one yesterday. It's the latest one I did. You're in this giant cave system. There is a giant wasp beehive thing. It's massive, and then like all along the walls there's other beehives, and it's like the way that they're like, hey, don't piss off the big beehive, go take out all the small beehives instead, and then try to focus on the big one because it becomes insane to take it down when it releases all its wasps. My dumb ass just immediately aggroes the big wasp nest, and we are just fighting for our lives, dodging like, picture a screen that is all like spikes that the bees shoot at you, and like that's all you can see, just like 1,000 needles and spikes on screen. You can't even see the enemy because you're just getting attacked so much. Like, it gets ridiculous, dude. But then the story, this is something I absolutely can't spoil for Tyler. Tyler, can you mute yourself until
Yeah.
okay. So when you play this game,
So yeah, you get the EDF 7.
when you play this game, about 10 missions in, you hit this alien ship, and a big white light appears, and you travel through time and begin playing EDF 6. That's like your prologue. You then go on to do a bunch of new missions. You do like a lot of similar ones, but they keep layering new enemies, new twists on these missions. You get back to that moment and you hit the ring again, and you go back in time, and you start playing EDF 7.
What the fuck?
With a title screen and everything.
Cool.
Can you guess what EDF I'm currently playing?
No.
I am playing EDF 9. And when EDF 9 starts, you start with the first 2 missions of EDF 5 that came out in 2017. You've traveled back and looped back to the previous game, but now you're doing those missions, and those missions like start you like with you getting overwhelmed to like set the tone for what the game will be. But now you because you're back from the future, you are now clearing those missions that were unclearable in EDF 5, and I'm just like, why did they cook so hard? I will send you this.
I love crazy avant-garde shit like that.
It is so stupid, and I hope to God that next EDF is called EDF X because it's EDF 10.
That'd be
That was so
crazy.
funny.
We just skip from 6 to 10, and it's peak. It's
For
just
no
cinema.
reason.
Every time it happens, because you're doing these missions with other people, and you can like send each other chats even during the cutscenes. Like every time we go back in time, everyone just pops off in chat. We go like, "Yeah, EDF," and I type like peak fiction with the little keyboard, and everyone's like popping off. It's such a good time. Let me get Tyler back in here.
Yeah.
That is actually crazy.
Okay, yeah, I just like that's just so you know when I talk about this game later this year, like just know that's the experience that I've been going through.
I was impressed.
I still have like 20 missions left in the game, and like every time I log on, I end up doing like 2 or 3 missions. So yeah, steady. But I've never beaten a EDF, but I'm so invested in how stupid and like fun the concept of this game is that like I'm definitely beating this one, even if it like takes me a little while. But yeah, it's a good time. The community's very great. Like this is one of the most wholesome co-op experiences you can have. Like everyone's just so funny and chill, and the in-game voice lines are so funny that like you go. There's sometimes where you have to go through a cutscene and you have to like sit there while they talk, and like everyone just starts emoting and like doing push-ups and like sit-ups as the characters in very bad voice acting start talking about how like they lost their wives in the war, and you're like, haha, funny. And, like we're all just taking a shit at it.
Nice.
It's a very good time. But yeah, that's all I have there. Definitely a game I recommend picking up on sale sometime. It's a very fun tongue-in-cheek series. And if Tyler has returned, can you give me the confirm?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
around. What about
Tell me about Risk of Rain 2.
Oh man, Risk of Rain 2 dropped a new DLC. This is the first DLC done by Gearbox,
And
since
everybody
they
loved
purchased
it.
The IP.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, 10 out of 10. Everybody loved it. Would play again. Kind of some questionable choices they made. I don't even know it. I think they passed them off as bugs, but I think a few of these were like intentional decisions that they made as a team that they were kind of just no idea that people liked those things about Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, like one of the very simple things is I told Willer about this, is they tied physics to frame their FPS. Which,
Oh yeah.
like if you have a higher FPS, some enemies have a higher shooting rate than if you have like 16.
Mm-hmm.
So like Bradley, I think they put a junior team on this. Someone went in and like flipped update with fixed update. It's like either that or like they did the opposite for every update loop in the game, and it just broke everything. And it's like that's like one of the most Googleable things you could have done. So I really feel like this has to be like a newer team on this that doesn't really know what they're doing with the engine.
In your first Unity tutorial, and they're like, anytime you're doing something related to time physics, do this.
Yeah. Like, this is like something you would know after your first or second game jam, like, working with Unity. So it's like, I don't know how that got pushed out, but apparently they've already fixed it. So those interns that had to, like, go back through commits and fix all the update loops, good on you.
Yeah. Let's see, what else? They took the outlines off of, like, shops and stuff. So, like, you couldn't see what items were from, like, 10 feet away. And, like, that's a bug, but I'm like, no, that's, like, how do you fuck up something that's existed since launch? Like,
Jesus.
you can't take that away unintentionally, you know? Hot take. I don't know. There's a couple of new a lot of the new items. All the new items are really good, or they're not really good. They're good, or are automatic scrap, and they dilute the item pool, and it doesn't feel good to see them.
But what about Goobo Jr. though?
Goobo Jr.'s old news, dog.
I didn't know. I didn't know about him till yesterday.
The new maps are great. The new characters are mid. Even the beloved chef they brought back is like meh. I think the newest Secret Survivor, the False Sun, is actually the biggest insult. So like they made a new boss in the game, and then if you complete a certain set of challenges, you can now play as that boss. Which it's just a scaled down model, and it kind of has bad animations. I don't know. Feels like a waste of a slot of time and effort. Somebody liked it. I'm glad they like it. I don't. It's not. I don't know. That's all I have to say about it. It went from an overwhelmingly positive game on Steam by it had over almost 200,000 reviews on Steam, and it was overwhelmingly positive, to now it has mixed reviews, and it's gone from overwhelmingly to very positive.
That's the thing. Everything I've ever seen about this game has been like pretty much universally loved. So the fact I heard anything bad at all the other day made me do like a double take.
Yeah.
This is Risk of Rain too, right?
I couldn't believe it, man.
Yeah.
Gearbox did not cook with this one, but it seems like you guys are still having fun for what it is, right? New stuff in a game you love.
New stuff. Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I mean, we were excited to see new stuff. But it's like,
it's just not the same quality of the old new stuff you used to get.
It feels like it's being made by people who don't want to be working on it.
Yeah.
And it's very apparent. And it's like, that's kind of the AAA space, you know, is
sometimes
big companies are large and
put in the project.
Some people work on games that they don't want to be working on, and it's kind of apparent when there's some people working on games that don't play the game.
This is very much an industry where beggars cannot be choosers, so you gotta take what you can take. So that heart goes out to the devs. Also, Concord died this week. In 1 week, so also hard.
I'm not pouring out my drink for that one.
I feel bad for the devs.
8 years.
You can tell. I get a very strong feeling that they wanted to make a Guardians of the Galaxy style Mass Effect game, and they were forced to make a hero shooter. And anyways, I'm excited to play Astrobot later. The game people actually are excited for. Yeah.
I would get Astrobot if I had money.
Yeah, it is a pricey play.
To wrap up the Risk of Rain 2 segment, that is to say, it would be nice to have. There is a mod that does this. But a blacklist mod for banning certain items from a run would be nice to have in the game now. Like,
Yeah.
as mainstream. It's not that I want to exclude or like have overpowered runs or anything, but it's like as they keep introducing new items and diluting the item pool, there are items I just like I never want to see in the game or make a part of any run on any character. Because like there are a lot of items that just as soon as you see them, you try to get rid of them as fast as possible. They are get rid of items, and it's just like I don't think any item should be a instant get rid of item on any different character. So it's meh. It's a fun game. It's fine.
Damn.
Fair enough. Let's move on then.
Yeah. It's sad. That isn't to say that it is not that after their big debacle and they did a bug fix for the game, the base game is now $8.
Ooh.
That's a plus.
Yeah.
We'll take that. We'll take that one.
And if anybody you're playing with has any of the expansions, you get access to all the expansion content except the characters.
That's really good. That's actual consumer friendliness. I'll take it.
Oh yeah, but that was done by Hopu, not Gearbox. Let's be honest.
Okay.
Hopu hardcoded that shit in there.
Yeah. It was part of the
Also,
contract.
Did y'all know that he is now working at Valve? He's working on Deadlock.
Oh, cool.
Hopu?
Yeah.
Not surprised.
Good for him.
Yep.
I never knew. I didn't know who he was till right now, but good for him. Okay. Joe, you watched Prometheus and Alien Romulus.
Oh, okay. I'm going. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Yeah. So okay. So the movie Alien is like in my top 5 movies ever. I love that.
Okay.
Film.
Good movie.
Huh? Alien? Yeah. Good game. Great game.
What?
Great movie.
Great game.
Alien Isolation is a good game. I know that.
It's also a great game.
Yeah.
That game is incredible. Bradley, have you played Alien Isolation?
No, it looks fucking awesome though.
Adding it to
Yeah.
the
And
list.
scary.
Yeah. It's a Bradley core horror game. Anyways, I love Alien. It has like the aesthetic of like sci-fi to me that I really like. It's got, and part of that is because it's so old. It's become retro future, which is really funny. But like, so like Alien Romulus comes out, and I was like, I'll watch Prometheus because I've been watching it a long time. And man, that movie is that movie has a lot of themes I really, really like. Like, I like the themes in that movie a lot.
So, Prometheus, right? That's a movie people don't generally like.
Yeah, and I get why. Like the story of Prometheus is basically like, oh, we found out that like we actually maybe came from this race of creatures, and they're the people that like put the original like biological stuff in our water to like start life on Earth. So they are
the primordial soup makers.
Yes, they're the ones that are creators, and we figure out maybe where they came from, or like a fucking planet of theirs, and like we kind of want to go out there and meet them. It's like cool, and so they go out there, and the place is abandoned, and there are corpses everywhere, and like horror movie ensues, right? And like it does a lot of like touching on the themes of like faith and God and like belief and like and stuff like that. I just don't think like it's just so badly written. Like no one makes sense in this movie.
In Prometheus?
Yes. Yeah.
Wait, weren't you just saying you like it?
I like the themes.
I see.
Of
Okay,
Prometheus.
sorry.
Like, so David, who is played by, oh god, what's his name? He plays Magneto in the newer X-Men movies.
Fassbender.
Fassbender?
Yeah.
Great. He's the best character in there. But like, there are 2 characters in there that like act like the anime tropes of like, oh, I'm gonna shit my pants. There's a dead body. I'm gonna pee myself and like
Wacky.
run away. And I'm just like, why are the space astronauts getting upset when they see dead things? Like, you're in space. To me, that's the most horrifying thing you could possibly do. So like, it was all the characters just don't like feel real, right? And they make just very stupid decisions. And like at one point, someone's like, "Hey, there's this black goo in the ground. That seems to be doing some weird stuff with these worms." And like takes a big scoop of the goo and like sniffs it. I was like, that's not a good idea. Why would you do that? Why? Before you've done anything else, why would you even bring that even close to your face, unhelmeted? It's just a lot of like why of anything, and overall not scary at all. That's the other thing, right?
Romulus, on the other hand,
Alien Romulus is set between Alien and Aliens.
so it's 1.5. It's Chain of Memories.
Yeah, and I really like this movie. It's got like it dials it back in its scope. It really is kind of like just like an abandoned space station, and there's an alien on them, and they're hunting down, and it's killing these. Ironically, tied to Star Wars Outlaws, these hooligans that basically they're like, oh hey, this space station's coming up here, and they have these cryopods that we need for long distance space travel. We have enough fuel, we'll go up there and grab those cryopods, put them in our ship, and we can fly off of this planet and no one can stop us, kind of a thing. And so things go awry, someone gets infected with an alien, and shit gets real. And I really like this movie a lot. There's some really good intense scenes. I saw it with a friend of mine who likes the Alien franchise, and he would look over, and I just like have my face to my head because they're like, oh my fucking god, this is actually kind of like, because like there's like the main character and there's like the secondary main character, but then there's all of like the killer fodder, right? So it's always just like who's gonna die next, all that kind of fun stuff. One of the scenes that really stood out is there's like a face hugger scene where they're like, we have to sneak past all of these face huggers. They can't see us. They detect us by like thermal heat, so we have to like heat up the space station entirely for us to sneak by them, but they can still hear us, and it's just a really intense scene to watch. There is a character called Andy. He's an android, and and the actor who played him is so good. It's actually like Oscar worthy to me, I think. Like he kills it. Like he basically plays two different characters because they put in like a disk drive into him to like give him an upgrade, and he changes personalities. He did a fantastic job. Like so good. I really want to see him in more stuff. But yeah, it got that alien vibe that I was looking for, that Prometheus definitely didn't have. Also, Prometheus, way too futuristic, and it's supposed to be set in the past. I don't understand anything in this universe anymore in terms of its technology. But yeah, I really liked it. They introduced a new monster in this movie. It might be.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I have seen spoilers for that.
Yeah, what did you think, Tyler?
Well, first of all, did you know that? Do you know who's acting that? That is a physical person.
Oh no, who is that?
That is the weird, like 8-foot-tall Russian basketball player that would like circulated around YouTube like a decade ago.
Yeah.
And okay, yeah. So like he couldn't go into a professional basketball career because his bones were too brittle.
Yeah.
Found a career in acting, breaking out as one of the most terrifying things I've ever fucking seen.
If Tyler's saying that, this shit is fucking horrifying.
This thing is terrifying.
It's like, and the way it's made is also like one of the most gruesome things ever.
It's a real person they put into a the guy's 8 foot tall. So imagine seeing, first of all, that's a scary prospect right there.
Yeah.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
No, thank you.
And then like it's just that on top of it. Yeah, it's nightmare fuel.
I'm so glad that you've seen it, Tyler, because I was like, man, is this thing really scary? Because it really, there's like a shot I saw with no, 100% no. I do not need to see this thing anymore. We need to stop the movie. The movie should just end right here because I really don't need to see more. God, that thing is horrifying. The movie's worth watching just for that, but I also think the rest of it's also really fun and a good horror movie. I do think the biggest detractor to it is there's a lot of references to the original Alien movie in Aliens, and I'm like, come on, man, we don't need to say get away from her, you bitch, because you've lost the meaning of why that line is so powerful in that scene.
With great power comes great responsibilities, or whatever ways they twisted in the, in the current movie.
Yeah, but I really like Alien Romulus. I think it's a great time.
See, I kind of want to see this to see that fucked up alien, but I haven't watched. I don't think I've ever watched Alien. Maybe when I was little, and
You don't need to see anything from Alien.
I know the line. I know "Get away from her, you bitch." Am I good to go?
Yeah, you're fine. Like
Okay, cool.
it's.
I know Ripley is a good character or whatever.
The one thing is like, this whole process starts because they find the original alien from the first Alien, and they use it to like basically clone it, and that's all you kind of really need to know.
Cool.
But even then, like, you could just walk into it and just start watching it and not even know. You would probably miss all of the references, so it might even be better for you.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right. I watched all of The Bear with a gun to my head.
Ooh.
Because friends have been wanting me to watch this for a while. Joe watched like 2 seasons last time we talked. Watched season 3.
I've watched all of it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you watched season 3 because it came out recently.
Yeah.
The Bear is quite good. I will say, just to preface, I didn't like this as much as I thought I would, or I think...
I thought so as well. Like, when I was watching this, I was like, Willer will like this show, but I think Tyler would really like this show.
That's okay. I'm glad that, like... Yeah, you know me. Do you get it? You get it.
I get it. Yeah, I get
Because,
it.
like,
I was like,
this is a really good show that when it locks in, it's like nearly as locked in as Joe. You know what I mean? And that's a joke from earlier because we were like, when Joe locks in to beat a game, he will consume it and just destroy it. That's how this show is when once it wants to give a fuck. It is like peak television. It doesn't always want to give a fuck. Sometimes it wants to spend a lot of time with scenes of people yelling at each other. And do not get me wrong, that's part of the process, right? It's supposed to like build tension and like the feeling of a restaurant. But about like near the end of season 1 and definitely towards the any part of season 3, you're like, I get it, man.
oh, man.
You guys are cussing each other out. I get it. Can we get back to the plot?
My main issue with The Bear is for me The Bear is like, I would say a comedy or almost dark comedy. Like, to me, I feel almost no tension watching The Bear at all.
I feel anxiety, but like a comedic anxiety, you know?
Yeah, like that's how I feel. Like, and I like when people start yelling at each other, I just start laughing. Like it's just kind of ridiculous.
No, you're not supposed to like. You're not supposed to feel tension from them yelling at each other, except for this season 2 finale.
Yeah, which was great.
Yeah.
I agree with you there. I think season 2 is the best season of these 3.
Oh yeah. Season 2 is focused.
Season 2 has spoons. That episode is incredible.
Forks. Good try.
Sorry,
Forks is the best episode in the show, followed by the pregnancy birth episode.
Yeah.
I had to I was like, I need to call my mom and apologize for being born from watching that episode.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry of what women have to go through.
Yeah. Also, you agree with me, right? The main character, I forget what his name is. Carmi?
Yeah.
That guy is weirdly jacked.
Oh, he's a dreamboat.
Shredded.
He's a dreamboat.
Yeah.
Which is like, all he eats is Doritos and sleeps till 3 p.m. every day. So it's like, they gotta get some scenes of him working out in the show or something to make me believe that this guy is that guy.
I will say, season 3, I really liked its first episode. I thought that was a very courageous way of opening a season.
It's interesting, yeah. It opens with like a very non-linear, almost no dialogue, just like flashes of someone's life kind of storytelling. Yeah, it was like a 1% too pretentious, which is not too bad.
Yes.
I'll take, yeah. Like, it was... And it ends with a really powerful scene of him serving the dish to Sydney, whose name I always forgot, but I got it.
Yeah.
Who is the second main character? Sorry, it's a bummer that I forget her name.
Yeah.
But it just it's not always locked in. Like season 3, I don't need more scenes with the Fact brothers, dude. It's awesome that John Cena is here, but The plot is so good when it's trying and when it's doing its emotional beats, but there's a lot of filler. There's a lot of it's 30-ish minute episodes, and they do not use that time wisely. Is how I felt since the start, really.
So for season 3, the way I describe it, I like to think about it is like you went to an Italian restaurant, and you went there and you had the spaghetti. You're like, oh man, I like this spaghetti. Your sauce is amazing. I love your sauce. Oh, you like the sauce? Yeah, I love the sauce. You come back the next day, the waiter remembers you. Oh yeah, you like the sauce. And he gives you this plate of spaghetti, and then he brings over a whole other bowl that's just the sauce and pours it over the spaghetti. Like, okay, I didn't need this. What are we doing here?
You lost me, but you're. If the spaghetti's good, I'll eat it. But what you said last time we talked about it resonated with me, where you used the JoJo analogy of season 1 is getting from negative to 0, and then season 2 is getting from 0 to 1, and season 3 is maintaining that 1. And I think that's a very apt way to describe the 3 seasons of the show. Yeah, and like, so there's a plot line in season 2 that's like the healthiest thing that could ever happen for Carmi, and very deliberately, because they even talk about it in the show, always waiting for the shoe to drop. You're just like, what stupid thing is gonna ruin this? And it was pretty fucking stupid.
Yeah, it was.
Quite a contrived sequence of events leads to. It's like, okay. Yeah, but like...
Well, I think also it speaks to Carmi's, like, major flaw.
No, yes, but, like, the way that we got there is a little contrived. But, yeah, no, it was bound to happen regardless, is the point.
Yeah, but I think, like... But I like that because it's, like, if you ignore Carmi, everything else is going fine.
Yes.
And you kind of realize that Carmi is the one that's getting in the way of himself.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
And, like, the one thing about Season 3 that I think... maybe this is what they're going for, but there's a lot of meandering in season 3, and it feels like there's not enough focus.
Yeah,
and that's really reflective of the menu that Carmi is trying to develop.
Yeah. Good point.
I don't know if that was on purpose.
Chaos menu. Yeah. It's okay, but like but then you have like Tina's flashback episode, focused, very good. Claire and her mom episode, very good, focused, nice. Like, I they're so good when they lock in, and that's the thing. It's just like, if that's the concept, it's like, but then just do like more episodes that are like really good about a certain character. Like, give me like a good Marcus episode. Like, make that like ex-baseball player who is one of the people on the front, make him like good. Maybe make the Fact Brothers good. Like, figure it out. But yeah, like season 3 is definitely my least favorite, but it still has like some amazing episodes. I think this show's a strong 4 out of 5 for me. Is where I'm at with it.
I'm really interested to see season 4. I think they're saying they're ending at season 4 as well.
That seems so rushed, because I feel like next season has to be a season of Sydney leaving and then coming back for the final season.
I think ultimately her character arc is to leave, but we'll have to see. I'll have to double check the facts on that, but I feel like they mentioned how they wanted to be like not that long of a series in terms of like
that's fair
seasons.
That's fair.
Which I think is good, but like season 2, I think is like incredibly solid. Like
season 2 is great. Yeah.
It's just season 3. It just was like
Richie's training. Like that's the training arc season, and Richie's episode, dude, is so fucking.
It's
good.
So good. It's man, it's one of my.
I think I was Austin and Trash have also seen the show, and like I think Ashlyn was like, hey, the moment you get to the episode with a Taylor Swift song, you'll know which one. Call me, and they happened to be on Discord that night, and I immediately had to get on because I was so giddy from like the good chemicals. I was like, yeah, that was so good. Like I was geeking out about it. If like just lock in, you're an S tier show, and when you're doing that.
But like also at the same time, it's like, do they know what they're doing and they're just exhibiting that through Carmi? Like what the fuck is happening? It's one of those things.
Like Carmi is my favorite character, but he's also the source of every problem. So this is what it is. I love getting scenes of Chef. I hear him called Chef Winger because he's played by Jeff Winger from Community. Any scene with him is peak, especially the one in the season 3 finale. God, I've been waiting for that. since the beginning of the show.
It's kind of wild how they have so many cameos of like pretty like talented and big people. Like
John Mulaney's so good in this show. Yeah.
He shows up for 5 seconds in season 3.
Yeah. It's Pete. He throws the blanket on Carmi, and I'm like,
he sprays the air freshener because he stinks.
yeah. That Fishes episode is good, but I think it also has a lot of like the meandering time. But then there's that scene of Richie and his ex, and I'm like, don't do this to me right now, dude.
Yeah.
Jamie Lee Curtis is so fucking good in this show. Holy shit, bro. She's so talented. No, definitely looking forward to season 4. Show's got its very weak points, but it's got its sharp points.
I think Tyler would like the show, but it might give him a lot of anxiety too.
Last thing I'll say, the show is really good, and Austin described he put this into words that I really like. You've played Fire Emblem, right, Joe?
Yeah.
This show is really good at making sure everyone in the roster has a C rank support conversation with another character in the roster, and that is the most perfect way to explain how this show balances its cast that I've ever
You're
heard.
so right.
Yeah, they like none of the like a lot of the character relationships are not that deep, but they will make sure to make the characters interact a little bit at intervals, so you're like, okay, like, hey, like Frankie didn't talk to Luffy directly for like 300 chapters. It's like I just need us to like touch back on that for a little while, you know, like that. Yeah. That's what I like the C rank conversations because we don't have time to like have them having full storylines, so just give them a scene every once in a while. That's all I can ask for. Bradley, you have finished a long time coming. This has been a journey.
Yes, the 3 Body Problem series is finally complete. I read Death's End, which was interesting because I've seen a lot of people online say this is their least favorite of the 3. I've seen tons of people online be like, oh, I didn't like the first one that much. Second one was amazing, blew my mind. Third one was just okay. I've seen people go like, love the first 2, third one, didn't really like it. I saw a whole thread the other day where it was just tons of people going like, third one is just kind of the odd one out, not really feeling it. To me, it was my favorite one. I thought this was, this one
really?
Was, I think each one was longer than the last. I think I told you like, the first book in the series is like 8 hours long. Like I got through it so fast. And then the next one was a little bit longer, and this one I think was even longer, but I got through each book faster than the one before, despite them getting longer. This one was insanely good, because, like, one thing I've seen people kind of complain about with the first 2 is that they get a lot of praise, but while they do have some really cool, unique ideas in it, a lot of it is stuff that you might see in other sci-fi. Like, they're not exactly new ideas, so a lot of people are like, I mean, you know, like, these books might get too much praise, but this third one goes so fucking off the rails, it is bonkers. Just to give a little context, because I've done, like, kind of light spoilers just for the purpose of, like, being able to follow along with what I'm even saying.
Yeah.
Just to give context, at the end of the second book, they kind of reached a stalemate with the aliens which you gotta realize, we're 2 books into a 3-book series, and this war hasn't even started. It has just been like about 200 years into the aliens' trip to Earth to come kill us. Because it's supposed to take like 450 years for them to even get to Earth. Mm-hmm. So at the end of book 2, we reached a point where one of the characters essentially figures out that there's life everywhere. Like pretty much like almost every star out there that looks like it could have life does have a civilization. They just all keep quiet because if any star reveals that there's actually a life or civilization there, all the other ones immediately just snuff it out, blow up the star, blow up all the planets, get rid of it.
Yeah, which you establish in like book 1 or 2, yeah.
Yeah, and so, you know, that's kind of like the deterrence they use is like, okay, we're going to make a shitload of transmission centers, so at any time we could just broadcast to the universe where the aliens live, and so y'all are going to back off, so we don't do that. And it's kind of like a mutually assured destruction deal, because these 2 our star and their star are the 2 closest next to each other, so if either get revealed, they're kind of both just going to die, so they're like, you know what? It's like a mutually assured destruction thing, we're not going to blow you up, we're not going to kill you, whatever. And then I think I've kind of realized what I like about this book in the series is that this is a 3-book series following an interstellar war where no shots are ever actually really fired. It's a whole lot of like, instead of a war book, it almost feels like these almost feel kind of like sociology books and like how populations are manipulated and how the times change the way people think. Because, you know, from that point on, the aliens kind of go on a multi-century long campaign that eventually is kind of the goal is to convince humans, oh, you know, like, maybe the aliens aren't so bad, and, like, maybe we shouldn't hold this sword over their heads. Because, like, for example, they have a bunch of these centers set up to just transmit to the stars, like, oh, here's where the aliens live. But then, like, oh, well, at some point, some crazy terrorists on Earth, like, try to take over one of these centers because they, I don't know, they belong to some fucking cult and they just want all life to die. And then the aliens are like, okay, well, like, there's a lot of crazies out there. If you have, like, 30-something centers built, inevitable, they only need to capture one to kill both of us. And so the aliens like, yeah, okay, well, you know, I guess you're right. And then just more circumstances like this happens over time, and then the aliens like, you know, we've kind of had a cultural renaissance over on our planet, and they start sending over movies that take place on Earth, and, you know, are their human stories, and they star humans that are just, I think, AI generated, but humans can't really tell the difference, and they ended up being like huge hits on Earth, and people are like, oh my god, the aliens have such like a huge appreciation for our culture, and basically eventually they kind of disarm all of these systems that are supposed to deter the aliens by saying, hey, we can broadcast your signal. And the second that's done, the aliens are like, it's back fucking on, let's fucking wreck them.
Wait, they did what to piss them off again? Stop the movies?
Basically, the aliens over time just became close enough friends with Earth, and made a convincing argument that it's safer for both of them if these broadcast stations don't exist. And then the second they were out of the way, the aliens are like, okay, every human on Earth, you're all gonna go to Australia. You can all live there, sort it out yourselves. If all of you can't fit there, you can just kill each other. The rest of the Earth is ours. You're at least getting this reservation.
Damn, and it's always Australia, huh? That is eternally a penal colony.
And now that's not even halfway through the book. I think whenever we went to Dallas for karaoke, I ended up telling Willer, I was like, I have to spoil this for someone.
Yeah.
The aliens die like right after that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like all of them, their star just gets snuffed out. And Earth, then the rest of the book is Earth is like, what the fuck are we supposed to do now? And that's kind of where it really starts going off the rails, because
when you say their star, do you mean like Earth star or like one of their stars?
The alien system star.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think they just call it a photoid. It's just some object just hit their star, and it basically just blew up the star system. And so obviously there's a few remaining aliens that weren't in their star system, and they're like, whatever, I guess we're just gonna float in space forever. And they kind of have one last conversation with like the delegates of Earth or whatever, and they're like, okay, humans, we're gonna give you one more question, and we're gonna answer it 100% truthfully, but it's the last question, the last communication you'll ever get from us. And so
Crunchy or creamy?
Crunchy or creamy? And they said crunchy.
Oh.
Damn.
No, it's like, basically the humans are wondering, okay, so there's this thing that you can do to destroy a civilization in our universe. We figured this out. You can just broadcast to the universe, hey, people live here, and everyone else will kill them. I want you to answer yes or no to this. Is there some opposite equivalent, a cosmic safety notice, where if you were to broadcast this or do this thing, every other civilization in the universe would know they are not a threat, do not hurt them? And get the answer yes, and then the communication cuts off. And so the rest of the book is like, how the fuck can we do that? And there's all they go crazy trying to figure out, what is this cosmic safety notice? How do we display to the rest of the universe we're safe? Because they're like, if you just broadcast out, hey, we're safe, well, you could just be lying. And so they're like, that can't be it. And so they're like, even if we weren't lying, in the future, our society might change and we might not be safe anymore. And then they're like, this also is kind of a problem because we want a universal message that makes sure we're going to be safe. And so what if other civilizations can't understand our message? Like, it has to make sense to everybody, regardless of language. And so they're just like, holy fuck, what are we supposed to do? And now, rewind a little bit, way, way, way earlier, like very beginning of the book, they basically sent a dude's brain into space. And like, this writer actually got really good at character writing for a little bit there. This was like a One Piece level tragic backstory.
It's so funny that it was just for a little bit there.
Yeah.
It was just like, this lady and this guy have like this really tragic story. Oh my god, my cats went crazy and started knocking shit over. This guy, essentially his brain gets sent out on a probe to meet the incoming alien fleet, and he ends up, can y'all pause 1 second?
Yes.
These cats are going crazy.
Okay, the cats are done fighting. What happened?
Oh, yeah, cats will break in my fucking apartment. So, essentially, humans now know with 100% confirmation there is some way to just tell the universe, broadcast, signal somehow, your civilization is safe, and you will not get bothered by anyone else. So they're like, how do we do this? Now, really early in the book, there was this guy, I'm going to try to speedrun his life. It was really sad. His parents always pushed him, so he was really smart, had no friends, basically wanted to kill himself his whole fucking life. You get it.
Yeah.
And then, so, the only friend he ever had was this very pretty girl in college, and he's like, well, she was friendly to everybody in class, but, like, she gave me hope to live. She's the only reason I didn't blow my brains out. And then, so, it kind of gets later in his life, he's, like, in his 30s or something, and they legalized euthanasia if you just want to die, because they're like, look, the aliens are coming to kill us, we fucking get it. Like, if you just want to die, you can die.
Yeah.
And so before he goes through with that, he's like, man, I have this weird feeling. I don't know what it is. I don't know if the power of love is real or not, but he's like, that girl, he's like, if I could just see her one more time, maybe my life would be all right and I wouldn't want to kill myself. And he ends up figuring out where she works, and he waits out there all day, and he just doesn't see her. He's like, I don't know, maybe she wasn't here today, maybe she came out a different exit. I don't know if it's a sign, but he's like, I'm just going to go back and fucking die. And so he goes to kill himself, and they're putting the syringe in him, and she bursts in. She's like, no, don't kill yourself. And he's like, oh my god, the power of love is real. And then we get her perspective of it. Basically, she's on like a science team who they want to send a probe to the incoming alien fleet, but they're like, here's the problem. It's like, even with our absolute best technology, we just can't even accelerate something to even 1% the speed of light. And if we can't even get it to 1% the speed of light, there's no point sending a probe, because they're basically going to be here by the time the probe gets there. So, like, we just want to try to get something to 1% the speed of light, and they're like, well, we can't send the equipment for a cryo chamber to just put a person in there, because they wanted to send a person, because they're like, oh, people are good at manipulating and lying like these aliens aren't. Maybe if we can convince them to actually house a person on their ship, maybe this person
The aliens can't lie, right? That was the thing?
Yeah, and they get kind of good at like selectively withholding information and stuff like that. But they're like, maybe we can get a person to at least live on their ship as like maybe a diplomat or something, and maybe the aliens wouldn't realize they're actually giving us useful information or deceiving them. But they're like, we can't really cryo and send a person there because the equipment is like thousands of pounds, and we're just not going to be able to accelerate it to 1% the speed of light. And they're like, maybe we can send a corpse. And they're like, no, even a corpse is too fucking heavy. And they're like, well, maybe we can send a brain. We'll just freeze dry a brain and we'll send it. And we don't know they can bring it back, but they're aliens. We'll just hope that from a brain they can just recreate a fucking person. And so basically they were looking for candidates from people who were choosing the euthanasia program. And they found that guy, and they're like, oh, he's actually really great. And she's like, oh my god, I went to college with him, I'll go ask him. And so she walks in, and he's like, oh my god, the power of love is real.
Oh.
And he's like, she just asked me to come here so I could die and they could launch my brain into space towards aliens who want to kill all of us.
Is this
so-
a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy book?
That's what, like, Tyler, I was thinking the exact same thing. This is some, like, Douglas Adams shenanigan bullshit.
Maybe he was inspired by this.
But it gets even worse. While he was on the waiting list to die for euthanasia, some dude he knew in college who they used to kind of be friends comes to him and he's like, I'm super rich. I have like hundreds of millions of dollars because you gave me this idea back in college and I made the product and I got super rich. And the guy's like, I didn't really do shit. I just had an idea when we were drunk or some shit in college. And he's like, whatever.
The other way, Blair.
He's like, here's millions and millions of dollars. And so the guy, he sees some program from NASA, and it's like supposed to help raise money for the interstellar war effort, and you can buy a star for someone. And he's like, it's kind of meaningless, and a lot of people don't really do it because it's like, what does buying a star mean?
Yeah.
But he spends millions of dollars and buys her the star anonymously. So anyway, she comes to him and she tells him all about why she's there, and he agrees to shoot his brain into space because he's like, I just love this girl. And then over the course of like training him for the program, she ends up finding out that he was in love with her and he bought her this star and all this stuff, and she's the one who asked him to shoot his brain into space, and she ends up just feeling so bad and she like wants to tear her heart out, and she doesn't realize all this until his brain's already out of his body, and she's like, oh my god, I just feel so guilty. And they kind of have an intertwining narrative over the next like 400 something years in this story.
Right.
But anyway, that's all to say. In the present day, they need to know how to do this cosmic safety notice. Well, they send his brain out, and he's actually been living with them for a very long time. And he writes books that are popular on the alien world. He writes like human-style fairy tales, and he's written like 100 of them, and they're super popular. And he has a very nice lifestyle over there, is everything he says.
Mm-hmm.
And he wants to communicate with the girl who is kind of done cryogenic chambered into the future like 200 or 300 years. So they get to talk again, and he's like, hey, he's telling him like, oh, I have a career writing stories over here. They're just like all the fairy tales we used to tell each other when we were little kids growing up. And in her head, she's like, that's really weird because I talked to this guy like a couple times in college, which is where I met him.
Yeah.
And she's like,
okay.
yeah. She's like, yeah, I remember those stories growing up. And he's like, yeah, they're all just like, there's one in particular I really liked. It was called the New Royal Painter. And she's like, oh, that was my favorite one, but can you remind it to me? And so he tells her this fairy tale, which was really engaging, just kind of in its own right. It's like a story within a story. But then obviously she realizes that he's saying all this in order to give her information he's not supposed to give her.
That's good.
And so the people of Earth start going crazy dissecting this fairy tale. Like, what does this fairy tale actually reveal about technology or the universe that is supposed to protect us? And so apparently the solution that they find as a cosmic safety notice is to basically turn your solar system into a black hole. There's like a weapon that, oh my god, this shit's so hard to describe. There's like a weapon that civilizations use on each other that actually lowers the speed of light within a given region of space, and they're like, if we lowered the speed of light around our solar system to a point where nothing could ever escape, no one would ever bother us, because number one, they'd probably never be able to know we exist, because no light would ever escape our solar system. And even if they did, they'd know we're not dangerous, because we would never be able to leave our solar system. Holy shit, so they start planning to do that. And guys, that's like halfway through the book. I can't even get into the rest. We get into some of the most crazy, like, tens of billions of years in the future, multi-dimensional shenanigans. I would love to recite the whole book, but we will be here all night. I thought it was actually really awesome book. A lot of people hated it. The last thing I'll say about it is most of the hate this book gets, I think, is for the ending. I don't hate the ending. I also didn't love it. I just think it's kind of one of those inconclusive endings where
Yeah.
I think it proposes like a very, very big existential choice for the main character, and they make a choice, but we don't actually get to see how it went. And so you'll have a lot of people online arguing about what the right choice was, but a lot of people are like, it's kind of like a tease, like I want to know what the right thing to do was.
Classic
So
Mass
it's-
Effect 3.
So it's kind of inconclusive. I can see why people hate it, but kind of a weird note to end on. But I wanted to say it at some point. I had kind of felt this way with book 1 and 2, and it wasn't until I started reading like people's opinions on the series online after book 3 that I kind of felt validated. These books feel a little bit sexist, and I'm not usually the one to call books out for that, but they kind of do. There's a lot of, I feel like any time the author's describing like the ideal of like femininity or what a woman is supposed to be like, it's always like she was like a childlike doll and fresh and innocent as the snow, and
Yeah. Purity of the spring. Yeah.
the words childlike and like the words like childlike and doll I think are used a whole lot, which other people online are just like, I don't know, if there's a woman you're supposed to feel good about in the story, she looks like a childlike doll who must be protected. So people are just like, that's weird. But the other thing is, there's a lot of moments, I think, especially in books 2 and 3, where maybe a woman is put in a position where she has to make a very difficult and important choice for mankind, and she just can't quite do it. And sometimes they'll use excuses like she felt some kind of motherly instinct, or
Yes, the classics.
something like that. And like maybe in isolation that wouldn't be the worst, because here's the thing, like, I don't know, a woman can do a weak thing without women being weak. It could just be that character. Or like a guy could do a weak thing without all men being weak. It doesn't say anything.
But when it's every character.
it kind of happens a lot of times. There's actually quite a few times that like a woman will be put in a position like that, and they'll go with the option that ends up getting a lot of people hurt, and then a man will come in and it'll be like, you just don't get it, like you just don't have the resolve like we do and shit like that. And even it's kind of infuriating with the book 3 main character, who I do probably like the most out of the 3 book main characters. It is kind of sad with her character because she doesn't really grow a whole lot in that sense, where she's kind of put in one of those situations where she has to either do A and let all this happen, or B and all this happen. And then she makes the wrong decision, and she has all these big, strong army dudes come up and tell her, like, you should have been like this, you should have done this. And she's like, oh my god, they're so right. I should have been like these big, strong army men. And then the exact same thing will happen like 1 or 2 more times in the book, and she just never has this resolve. And maybe that's supposed to say something about the character, but it's kind of all the other girl characters too, so I don't know.
It almost seems like the indecisiveness of the ending is in part because she's a woman that couldn't give you a decisive ending kind of thing.
Oh man, but there's just this one scene. This series is actually really good about knowing like when to go all in and show you everything and when not to, because some of the mysteries of the stuff you don't get to see everything about are some of the coolest stuff about this series. There's a part where there are these humans who just kind of flew away from the solar system on a spaceship. They're like, aliens are going to destroy it, and if they don't, the humans are going to kill each other. We're just going to fuck off and live in space now. Kind of like the Nomai in Outer Wilds. They're like nomads now.
Yeah.
And at one point, they stumble across just a way to go into the 4th dimension.
Okay.
It's like if you had a piece of paper that's flat and then I kind of bent it, it's something traveling on that piece of paper would technically travel up in 3 dimensions just because the paper's curved. They're like, oh, it's like space is curved. You can go into the 4th dimension. And so they kind of flew in it, and they see this entire like other world with like spaceships and ancient ruined space cities, but they all look super ancient, and they fly up to one, and it looks like this giant ring, and they send data to it, like with the English language, and it ends up learning English, and it sends messages back to them, and they're like, who are we talking to right now? And they're like, I am not a person, I'm a tomb. And they're like, what the fuck? You're a tomb? And they're like, yeah, people used to live here. And I'm just like, the fact that they stumbled into this like fourth dimensional ruin and they just send the English language to this ship, and it's like, I'm a tomb, I learned English from the stuff you sent me, everyone here died, if you stay here you'll die too. And then they talk to it about fish for a little bit, and before they leave, the tomb's like, hey, can I have that little fish you brought with you? I actually really like fish. And they're like, I guess.
This is
These
Are you sure you didn't read like one of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy books? Like, what the fuck?
No, these books are wild.
Oh man, I'm so glad that this journey's brought you to this. Yeah, it has been very fun being at all at the nonsense you've been saying the last like 3 or 4 podcasts about these books.
Oh, dude, I couldn't even get into the weirdest stuff. Like it's impossible to talk about these books.
Yeah.
Man, God, I was gonna say something. Oh, like that story about the brain definitely seems like the author, you know, had pinings for someone in college and is kind of working through some shit, and it's bleeding into the story a little bit.
Me for real.
Yeah.
How it was an author that saved the planet, right?
Ah,
Oh, yes.
it sure was. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a cool solution that they came to. Man, cool books, cool books.
Yeah.
Been fun. Bradley, you never talked about Interstellar, and I just remembered. So you have 2 minutes to give me an Interstellar review.
Okay, 2 minutes was good. I always heard about this movie, thought I would love it, and I kind of did. But I thought, like, from the way people talk about this movie, I thought my brain was gonna be throwing up or some shit. You know what I mean? It was really good. I didn't know Matthew McConaughey was the lead, so I wasn't expecting that. It took me a second to get used to. He was good. This movie is very fucking sad. I was like, oh my god, this is like sci-fi torture porn, bro. Holy shit.
How do you feel about the bookcase? That's a big sticking point for a lot of people.
Don't go into details, because as mentioned, I haven't watched. But
okay.
I know some shit about a bookcase, and he's going, Murph! That's all I know.
It was kind of cool. There might be better ways to execute it. It might have felt,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I should rewatch it. I might have a better understanding of what they were going for.
Like, I think the whole idea is cool. I just don't know if I like the execution. I don't know if it's because there's no other way to do it, and it's already a 2.5 hour movie, and if you tried to make that make even more sense, it's just gonna get worse.
Riley, I am very excited to hear your thoughts on The Expanse. I will say, The Expanse is. I feel like these books you just read are a lot more wild conceptually, and deal with a lot of like theoretical ideas of like, okay, well, what is our place in our universe and stuff like that. I would say The Expanse touches on those themes as well. I would say it's much more swashbuckling than probably what you've described, if that makes sense. So it's a lot less scientists and a lot more like regular people dealing with their situation. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah.
It's bold of you to have the confidence of like, yeah, I can't wait to see what Bradley's gonna think about it. Like, hold your horses, buddy. You'll get there when you get there.
But it's just because I know Bradley's coming from this high and going to go to another like well-regarded sci-fi series.
Yeah.
They just have. It's a bit. I think it's a bit of a gap in terms of like what one is compared to the other. But yeah.
And even then, like, there's a lot of lows to this series too. Like,
I will say, characters are not one of those lows.
that's the thing. Like, it might be a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
He got good at writing characters there for a little bit.
Like, he had me going.
he had me in the second half. Can't lie. All right. Last real topic. I think 3 of us watched Deadpool and Wolverine. Any thoughts about Deadpool and Wolverine? Tyler actually went to the premiere? Yes.
I went with Tyler to the premiere.
True.
It's a fun movie.
Yeah,
It was
like
fun.
Marvel. It was Marvel porn. That's like the best way to describe it.
The plot was nothing. This is like one of the
Have you
worst
seen it,
plots. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No, this is one of the worst plots they've had in a Marvel movie, but like it's a very fun little romp between the two characters.
I think if you went to Deadpool and Wolverine for the plot, you missed. The
No,
plot.
I did not go for the plot, but there was a plot, and I am just talking about it.
The worst part about this movie is that it's called Deadpool and Wolverine. That's I just
Damn shame.
yeah. It's the part I just hate that Deadpool is in it because there's some stuff in there that I think is interesting. Like Deadpool has some like PTSD. I'm like, that's an interesting character arc, but it's gonna be like drowned out from other things happening.
I like the scenes where Deadpool is trying to genuinely be a hero so he can be better for his partner. Like, if they had gone more into, like, that emotional core, and, like, yeah, that's his motivation, but it's not really, like, super present, you know?
Yeah. Like, there's a scene where, like, they're in the car, and he's like, my whole world are these 9 people. I'm like, that's great. I love that. That's so cool.
I didn't watch Deadpool 2, but I was like, I get it.
Yeah, like no, it's like that's how you do like a morally ambiguous character. It's like I am doing good for just these people. Like fuck everything else. This is who I love. This is why I do the things I do.
But he's trying to be something more at the start there, and I appreciated that from him.
Yeah. But like, it just
the original name for this movie was Deadpool and Friends, and you know they had to put Wolverine in there, but I think Deadpool and Friends would have been a good title for the other stuff. This is what I appreciate about this movie is that it truly is a celebration and send off of the bad side of Marvel, which is like it's kind of cool that they would even take the time to acknowledge the bad era of Marvel. And those movies that didn't go anywhere, weren't part of the MCU. And, like, when you're sitting there at the credit sequence and they're showing stuff from those movies, and you're just like, man, these are really shitty movies. Like, that's aside from, like, there's, like, 2 X-Men movies in there, like, 3-ish, that are, like, incredibly good. And then, like,
I would say 4.
Daredevil and Elektra and,
Yeah,
Blade, the 3 blades. I'm like, sure.
The best joke in the film is when Blade gets out of the car and goes, "There's ever only going to be one Blade," and Deadpool just looks at the camera because that joke ages regardless of what happens moving forward.
That was the most forced fucking joke. I don't know.
But like I just thought it was because it's either like, look at this idiot, there was a second Blade, or like, he was right, you know.
Yeah. Either way, it's an option select. Deadpool is right. Yeah. Tyler, you have any favorite aspects about this movie?
I don't know, man. It was a good movie. I'm not a big enough nerd and geek of knowledge of Deadpool or Wolverine lore to appreciate any historical references.
I guess.
I don't read comic books. I don't watch X-Men.
Yep. I'm not a nerd.
I just sat there and I was like, yeah, this is a fun movie.
Yeah. The one thing I have is like Cassandra Nova. I thought the actress that played her was really good.
She was making me feel some type of way in very complex and unexpected ways.
And like, it's just like it's one of those things where it's like
I was like, oh, ball chicks, okay. This is new.
Yeah. This is new. Oh, figure out the nose.
I'll try anything once.
Yeah. I like her effect with the fingers and the face and everything.
Yeah, but also like, oh.
Yeah. I hope they come up with a way to bring her back because I thought she did a really good job.
She was fun. I heard she's not a accurate portrayal, but she was a fun portrayal.
I think it'll be a good portrayal for the cinemas because like the comic book portrayal is like basically unaccessible. That character is wild.
It's too complex to truly capture,
Oh, for sure. Like but yeah, I don't know. There's not a lot of deepness here. I saw it twice with my dad because I was like, you know, Dad, I think you would enjoy this movie. Let's go watch it again because I hadn't seen my dad in like a month and a half because he'd been vacationing with Mom, and so it's like he just came back and he really liked it. He laughed a lot and had a fun time.
Yeah, that's a Mark movie.
It is a Mark movie.
Go ahead. No, you.
I was gonna say I really like the way they did the fight scene in the Odyssey because it's basically a sex scene, right?
Yes.
The way
Two greased up angry men fuck each other in a Honda Odyssey.
Yeah, and it shakes and everything.
I liked Wolverine with the mask on and the shirt off. I was like, he looks so cool right now.
Man,
fair enough.
I was so happy when he put the cowl on because I could see. I was like, "There's something hanging off his fucking back of his neck. I know it's there." I was like staring at the entire time.
It looked really cool.
It did.
Yeah, like I didn't plan to watch this movie. I went for like a date, and like I'm like not into Marvel these days, but like it's good.
Yeah.
And like I appreciate what it is, you know, like yeah.
Anyways, still hate Deadpool.
What a cringe lord.
I hate him so much.
Anyways, we put him in our roster for Marvel vs. Capcom 4, so it is what it is.
Respectfully.
Yeah.
By me.
That one's for Kevin Feige. All right, so we can.
Yeah.
So Capcom can hire us.
Pay the bills.
The final thing is I finally finished fucking Shogun. This I tend to end the podcast with Shogun because I don't usually have much to say, so it's the perfect like closest off topic.
Yeah.
Fuck, this book was long. It is over 1,100 pages. It is 60 chapters, 50 hours of audiobooking, and like I went through it pretty slow because like this is a good book and it's interesting the whole way through. But there is like, think of a book that's like interesting but has no excitement. Like, you know how like stories will have cool scenes and set pieces and excitement like peaks. Like small climaxes leading up to the big climax.
This Paladin jumping into the arena or
God, those books have plenty. Like fucking Paladin making the turning the bridge sideways so they can block the arrows. Peak. This book doesn't even really have that. It's just like, we're learning about the culture, and it's a culture that used to seem alien at the start of the book, and by the end of the book, you're like. There's so much more logic to the way these people think. Like, there's rules. There's, like, a method to the madness that is, like, very unclear to you as a Westerner at the start of the book.
That's cool.
And, like, you really get there by the end. And the characters are fairly good. But, like, it's just a very flatline, like, base level 3.5 out of 5 kind of thing. Ooh. And it never, like, sometimes even a 4, but it never, like, really spikes up. There's, like, a very exciting scene near the end, like, and it's exciting relative to what came before it, and it has a good payoff. But yeah, like, people don't like the ending of this book. I will say also, it's, like, a very, it's kind of like how Bradley described the ending of, the Death's End, but, where, like, it's kind of, like, I don't know, it's kind of, like, maybe inconclusive, or they just, like, jump a lot. It's like, yep, and, it ends with Toranaga, the head samurai, going, like, what is the future gonna be like? I'm going to do this, and I think this will play out like this, and I set up all the pieces to where I think this will be like that. And then the narrator goes, and so it was, kind of vibe. Like, yeah, like, it sets up this big conflict, and then, like, the entire book, and then in a very quick, like, couple of pages, it's like, yep, Toranaga set it all up, and it fucking went that way. The end. Which is like, yeah, I could see why that's like kind of bothersome for some people, but like, the book's long, I didn't want to do any fighting, like, don't pretend like this is an exciting, like, action book at the end, like, don't, it's too late for that. Let's, like, it was a book about the culture and the characters and setting up the politics that would lead to Toranaga's victory, and they did that, and I was happy with that. Blackthorn, the main character, ends up becoming a real samurai by the end, you know, he's, like, made relationships in Japan. Yeah, I think it's a pretty satisfying ending for what it is.
I looked up like who Toranaga is supposed to relate to in terms of that era. That makes sense to what you just said based on what I know about that character.
Who does he relate to?
He is Tokugawa Ieyasu. He is essentially the person.
I've heard of Ieyasu.
Yeah, he is essentially the person after the Sengoku era to formally establish a method of succession within Japan that would cause Japan to stabilize for like basically the rest of its lifetime.
And he is easily the most interesting character of the book. You very often go into his mind, and the way he thinks about things is very interesting. He like really thinks of like it's kind of like a brutal Buddhist kind of way of looking at the world, where like it's very matter of the fact. He's like, I'm kind of fucked if things go this way, but I don't think they will, because I've put my ducks in order, and like, I think I'm gonna be okay, and if this leads to that, I have the plan for, like, I really love it when they go through his mind, like his mind process. I think it's really good.
He's has a crazy life because he basically like starts off as like the son of this like when Japan was like really divided like into duchies and like small villages. He was like the son of this one farmer. He gets taken hostage and his dad's like, fucking kill him. If you do, I get this treaty. If you don't, he's not fucking dead. Peace, bitch. And he ends up being a hostage for like 10 years of his life or some crazy shit like that.
Yeah,
ends up becoming friend. Yeah.
He has a line where it's like, we've all been hostages before. It's no big deal because he's holding like a woman hostage.
Yeah. And then like he ends up becoming like best friends with Oda Nobunaga, and like it's
is Nobunaga the Taiko?
Let's see. Let's see. No, Oda Nobunaga is Gorodo according to this. Goroda.
Taiko Goroda? Maybe, I don't know. Anyways, I'm no historian. That's interesting though. I did. Yeah, he mentioned stuff that relates to that. I'm now going to watch the TV show. I watched the first episode a while ago.
Yeah, I bet it'll be a lot more exciting.
Maybe. I talked to some people and they're like, no, yeah, the way you described it is also how the show is. It's like a vibe. It's like a steady vibe. I'm curious because like it seems like they sanitized Toranaga a lot in the one episode I watched. He seems a lot more noble and like what you would think of a cool noble samurai when he's a fucking bastard, dude. He's a crafty motherfucker in the book that like that disguises it in like a lot of like Bushido. So it's like we'll see if the show gets there, but like he it seems like he was pretty sanitized from the episode I watched. So that's the main thing I'm looking for. There's a woman that Blackthorn falls in love with called Mariko. She's a female samurai, also a Catholic convert. She's one of the she's like a top 3 character in the book, so I'm also curious to see how they do her. I've started my next book, and I am almost halfway through.
Yep.
I found this new tech, which is what helped me finish Shogun 1. I'm working out a lot because I need to prepare to eat all the food in Japan.
Yeah.
So that makes it a lot easier to listen to audiobooks. But 2, now when I get back from my workout and I shower, I put my audiobook on my like portable USB that is like waterproof. And now I'm listening to them in the shower. It's like, why didn't I think of this? This gives me like another 20 minutes of me just like sitting in the shower post-workout.
I'll do it whenever like I'm playing. If I know in like Persona, I'm doing like a lot of just like days, right? And I know they're not gonna have narrative like voiceovers. I'll play during that.
EDF has been perfect like audiobook time as well, so that's been good.
Space Marine's gonna be like that too. Once I finish everything, it's just gonna be like, let's go.
So
driving through.
Real quick, the next book I'm gonna do is the 3rd Dublin Murder Squad. I talked about these books before. They're like Irish like murder mysteries that I fucking love the way this guy writes characters. Like, so the first book was a character named Rob Ryan. The second book is his partner from that book, and this third book is her undercover agent boss from the second book. And what's fun is now that I've picked up on the pattern, I'm like 100%. I'm 100% sure that I've met the next protagonist of the series already in this book, and I'm like, cool. Like I can spot that now.
I figured what the pattern was going to be as soon as like you went like, oh, this person, like, oh, okay, that's what the gimmick is.
Yeah, no, like, I didn't think the current protagonist would be protagonist material from being in book 2, but now that he's a protagonist, I'm like, oh, he can make anyone work, and he's so fascinating as a person.
I think it's written by a woman, but yeah.
Oh, wow. Tana French. Tana, I guess that is a woman's name. This current he comes from like a backcountry, like, not backcountry, but like a really poor area of Ireland, and he ran away from home with his beloved. She left him shortly after, and he got a call. She's missing. He comes back. Like, they find like a suitcase that she left behind, and he's forced to go back home. So it's like he knows all these people, but they're basically strangers. Like, he has a big Irish family, big Irish neighborhood. Everyone's changed because he went on to have his own life. And his old beloved is dead. He found her body in the walls of a derelict building. There's the mystery of this trunk case. It's very personal for him, and I'm fucking in there, bro.
you gotta think about it. Like, how incompetent are you? I come up and show up for a week, and I find her, and she's dead.
I mean, they didn't know she was. They wouldn't have known that she was dead because she just ran away until they found the suspicious suitcase, and they're like, "Wait, what? Where actually is she?" From that point on. So yeah, that's that, and that wraps up the podcast.
Yay!
Damn.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah, not our longest, but it's almost there. So, it's
Sorry, gang.
Good
My
work,
fault.
everybody. No, it's not your fault. I'm just glad we were able to schedule one where we could all show up because that was a dicey schedule time there for the last 2 weeks.
Moving kind of took me out of it for a little bit.
But we're so back. That was super fun. Thank you guys for joining me. I hope any listeners out there enjoyed our conversations. And next time, Joe will tell me that Persona 3 Reload